All right, hello, YouTube. I be live streaming. Welcome, Garnoth here. Today, we're going to do a live stream of a beginner video, which means, like, this will go into a regular VOD as well. But I'm going to set up. We don't mind about spoilers or anything. But as once I set up, we'll then kind of explain everything. We may not talk in chat very much, but if you watch this versus the VOD, that's up to you. Anyways, I'm going to turn on the others while we're setting up. Just streaming everywhere. Why not? And yeah, we'll get underway. Bum, ba-da-da. All right, so let's do this, and then we will start it pretty soon here. All right, so that's all set. Okay, so without further ado, I'm gonna jump right in. So we have it live so that people can ask questions, so that's what we'll do. But we're gonna treat this almost like a VOD, almost. But otherwise, feel free to chat, chime in. I mean, no one's here yet, so. Anyways, so let's get going. Well, hello everyone. Garnoth here. Today, I'm going to walk you through Rando Dalton Imperial, the Chrono Trigger randomizer. We also call it CTRando, but let's be honest, it is the Rando Dalton Imperial. And some of the things that we will mention here is, well, first, we have our tracker here, and we use Emo Tracker mostly. And I will be acknowledging chat every so often. You guys are still here. If any questions, you know, feel free to ask. We use Emo Tracker mostly. I think you can use Pop Tracker as well. But you can see we have auto tracking enabled, so we can have that up and good to go. But I'm letting this play for a few reasons. There's some hints right away in the Rando Dalton Imperial. You get some hints. If you really want to watch the opening, you can see some things. So we'll go over them. So right here, look how much MP that is taking. So it gives you a hint of like what techs, how much MP they cost, which is an indication of how powerful they are. You can see some of the randomized enemies. Make a huge welcome, Shadowsire. You can see hints of the bosses. So you can watch this and get some hints before you even start the seed if you are definitely into those things. You kind of get the gist of it, right? So it'll go through the entire thing. There's a few more, whether it be boss locations and whatnot. So like right here we can see the enemies, but one important thing here is you can see Frog's strongest tech, his lowest tech, which is Slurp Cut. Again, some cool hints here. We get to see Nizbel too here. And you also notice that we have the palettes. There's a lot of guides in the Discord, so we won't cover the palettes too crazily. So, all right. As soon as you start, you have view objectives and everything. So the whole point of it is to complete objectives. Once you complete enough objectives to get to Lavos, kill Lavos, you win. And we'll go over that a little bit more. But for right now, your first thing you can do is peek at your objectives. Right now we have attain the Giant's Claw treasure, trade the Jerky away, defeat Denadoro boss, obtain the Sun Palace treasure, escape Guardia prison, defeat Johnny in a race, Guardian plus Doan with this seed, and defeat the boss on the epic. All these objectives are how you win the game, so that's what we will do. We'll go into each objective because we're going to do 100%. We're going for the long haul here. These are, just to give you an idea of like what you expect in each dungeon. If people need help with like particular ones or what to expect, or maybe they wanted to look at some skips, and hopefully I can do those really well for you guys. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to start it because then we can talk a little bit more about objectives as it starts. So choose active or wait. We like to choose wait. You start off with one character. In this case, it's Chrono. And as you can see, our tracker's lighting up, and I'll go over the tracker once we get into the game a little bit. Once we set foot in it, kind of go over the menu and stuff, then we'll go over the tracker and everything we're going to go through. There's a lot of information. So this is just the intro. But just make sure you don't mash the button if you're new to this. If you don't know already, Chrono's mom will tell you the hint of check your objectives in your inventory. Your completion rewards are Omen Boss, Algeti Portal, Bucket, 1999 Time Gauge. So that's why the objectives are important. So Omen Boss, you can get to Lavos that way. Algeti Portal helps you unlock your flights, and so you can access the map easier. Bucket, that's another way to Lavos. 1999 Time Gauge, another way to Lavos. So just make sure you take a note of these, like, okay, 1, 2, 4, 5. As you complete objectives, once you hit that threshold, it'll pop up with a message saying, oh, Omen Boss unlocked, Algeti Portal unlocked, or, you know, so you won't miss them. When in doubt, just keep doing objectives and you'll see it pop up. The other hint is press start and select on the overworld to come straight home. So if you ever get stuck or anything, you can press start and select on the overworld only to warp back. Okay, so we're free. First thing is, you know, normal stuff is here, right? One other thing you can do is sometimes you can start off with starter rewards. You can modify that yourself. In the description of this video, there's Bones' very helpful guide to it. In the items is where all your objectives are. So Giant's Claw, Jerky Trade, Benadoro, Sun Palace, Chrono Trial, Johnny Race, Airstone, Epic Boss. We got all those, okay? But the next important thing is your tech list. Now, in these settings, like, this is what is on the website at the FF1R settings, which are pretty standard settings, so kind of a gold standard. But you'll notice, like, I'm learning things in different order, but all your techs you can preview already. A good rule of thumb is the more MP it uses, the higher the damage. If you really want to know the specific damage, you can take a look at the damage formula down below. Like, this one is level plus magic times 1.6. Super weak. In comparison to Lightning, which uses 24 MP, which is huge, 29.2 times level plus magic. That's insane. And then Confuse only uses 7 MP, but it does attack times 5.75. So you can get an indication of, like, how much damage is going to be gained by this character immediately. And you can see Luminaire, his best skill, his best magic, does not roll high in this seed. So yeah, change settings here if you'd like to, obviously. Yeah, and let's get going. Now let's go over the tracker really quick. So this is the tracker that is available. And as you can see, we have Chrono. So the entire tracker shows in the top row which characters you have recruited. And then this left side is pretty much all your key items. And on the right side are your bosses and your checks. Welcome, Buxay. I had a great week. Hope you did too. So in this tracker, typically your left side is your key items. Your bottom row is kind of objective based, minus the pendant on the end. And your right side is all your bosses and additional checks. So this is what you will automatically fill as soon as you get things, if you have it auto-tracked. Or, you know, if you click something, obviously, you know, it'll light up. Objectives, you know, as you're completing them, you can put that there if you want. And then you'll notice this one here is already highlighted. This is the level scaling. And good evening, Blue. Welcome. So the level scaling here is something unique to Rando Dalton Imperial. As you may already have heard or seen, as you do things, This will go up. So this is kind of your indication. So if you have auto tracking on, it's super helpful to show that. You can always keep track of it here. And it's also in your inventory. The higher that number is in relative is the more powerful the enemies are. Typically this caps are around level 50 in standard settings. So just keep note of that. As you defeat bosses, it'll light up. And then as you defeat or as you do additional checks, they'll light up too. All right. And again, we'll go over each individual thing as we're going through it or getting it as we get it. So for now, just know that these are all the things to look out for. So we'll go ahead and get that and get back to it. Making pork and cabbage soup. Nice. One cool thing you can do with Chrono, which is nice that we started with him, is you can talk to his mom and you get an item, a magic tab. Usually you get gold, right? In this particular setting, there's a couple ways to do it, but this is vanilla shuffled. So all the chests are shuffled and distributed randomly. So yeah, the Chronos House. So now let's go into the tips of your intro to the seed. Some of the things you want to do is you don't have any power, right? You kind of are just level 1. Well, some of the quick things you can do is check your chests. Since they all are shuffled, we got a revive there. And an ether. And talk to this guy, because he'll give you a random, thing too. A mid-ether. So you can stock up on stuff by going to this Mayor's Manor first. It's right here, so it's an easy win. The other thing you can do is go to Guardia Forest and check out this tab location. So one of the big things is you want to stock up on loot. Hello, Fox. Thank you. We are going to do some good things, hopefully, that people will enjoy this guide for. All right, so Guardia Forest, you got your chests here, Guardia Forest tab, cool. Those are super easy checks. The other thing you kind of want to do is scope out your markets. Markets are randomized too, but check them out to see what may stick out. For instance, this amulet is huge, like, wow. You may want to take note of okay, most of the places may have mid tonics or anything, and as you're starting out, it's good to get a couple of mid tonics or so. If you need it for a first encounter, you can maybe even purchase 3 or so. Well, you spend all your money on it. But as long as you have something healing, it can kind of help you in your first encounter. None of these other places, you don't really need to go to just yet. Usually if you just go to there and go to Lean Square. And the reason why I say go to Lean Square is for a few reasons. There's 3 shops here. So we can see, oh, okay, there's a Stone Arm and Full Tonic. And look, Stone Arm, I have the weapon randomizer on, so we can actually preview some of the things that may have rolled if you are doing weapon rando. So it's a good place to check some shops. They may be small, but yeah, always buy some heals. Those are always good to get. We have a Dark Mail here and more mid tonics. So Power Scarf, Berserker. If you do Berserker, if you get a seed that you would roll with that, then do it. But the other reason to come here is this is a character check, obviously. And since it's right here, come here, do your character check. And now remember, 3. There's up to 3 empty character checks. So meaning there's 9 spots. Is there an armor rando as well? Not quite yet. Not yet. As of recording this, maybe in the future, if you're watching this in the future, there is. Ooh. But I don't know if there will be or not. So anyway, when you bump into the character, or if the character's not here, the key item will drop here. So we got a jerky. So as I mentioned, we'll talk about them as we get them. The other thing too is you can peek at what they need. Uh-oh, my pendant. And so you just need pendant to recruit Marl. That's what that hint is. The other thing we probably want to do in your beginning part of the run is check who's here. It's Dalton. So Dalton's a pain. Let's not do that. And the reason being is physical attacks, he dodges them like crazy. He can be a little bit of an annoying first encounter. But however, the reason why we check over there is because we are always looking for Atropos. Atropos will permanently upgrade Robo, and you don't know if he's going to be valuable or not unless you have him right now in your party. So always check lean square that one spot. So top side of 1000 AD, real quick, that's it. We have one key item already, and it's the jerky. The jerky is used for two purposes. One is for the jerky trade, where we go to 600 AD, turn it in, and then come back to 1000 AD and get our key item. Or we do Xenon Bridge in 600 AD, and that's usually not a key item check, but it could be an objective. So just remember. And there are 2 jerkies so that you can get through the seeds, so you don't have to worry about missing out on it. All right, so let's go through and continue in 1000 AD. A couple there's one thing down here that you want to check. Two things that you mainly want to check for key item wise is this guy, who's the Turkey trade. He'll tell you Jets of Time, never heard of it, which is a huge item to get. Jets of Time allows you to go to the Blackbird to get Flight, so we'll come back for that, especially since we already have Jerky, and we can unlock Flight really quick. The other reason to come here is just, again, you want to build up your inventory for chests. And, you know, look at this, the sight cap, that's already a huge upgrade, especially on Chrono. He has a hide cap. Now we want a sight cap. Preventing chaos is actually really good in early game solo if you don't have anybody. The second thing is Snail Stop. Snail Stop will have a key item. In this case, he has tools, but for 9,900, we're poor right now. Don't worry about affording it right now. Unless you are rich right now, you can grab it. But the tools in this case is to do Northern Ruins, where you can go, you talk to the carpenter, you spend some money in there for him to fix it up, and you can bring the Masamune to Cyrus's grave for an objective check. All right, and whenever you can, always check a market. Always check your markets. Because look, we may have never seen that lapises are available here. This could be huge if we don't find a good AoE heal at all, or if we just want to keep our power going and just throw a couple lapises in around and we just don't have anybody else that can heal. So this shop, super useful. Otherwise, we can continue on. So after that, the next thing you probably want to do as we're going through this is 600 AD. Your epic will always be there, right alongside, right near Melchior's hut on this side, so you can access it. Your default locations to access are 1000 AD, 600 AD, and 65 million BC. It is good to probably start off in 600 AD for a couple reasons. One, to get some chests, and 2, to check a couple of locations. So Fiona's Villa, she's always got a couple chests for you. Only an ether and a tonic. Okay. The other thing you want to do here is check Cursed Woods. Now remember I said there's up to 3 empty spots. It's important to remember that, because in this particular case, when you come to Cursed Woods, there could or could not be a character, which if there's no character, you can get a free key item. So that's why it's good to check here. As always, check chests. Mega Elixir is right here. Okay. So the character here requires the Masamune to recruit. So as soon as you have the Masamune, boom, recruitable. So say if you don't have the Masamune, if you have the hero medal, they'll walk out the way and you can grab the key item. So Cursed Woods, hero medal for the key item, Masamune for the actual character. All right, so we did those things, and again, check the markets, and don't forget this tab. And the reason why you're seeing all the chests and everything is if you're doing Chrono Sanity or another method where you can have like everything is a check, this could be a check too. So just know there's a tab here. Grab it. That was actually a really good spot. Nothing too crazy here. We know we see our full tonics. You can buy some revives if you want. I have one, so I'm okay. And then Tata's house will be important later. But here's your jerky trade, right? So as soon as you have the jerky, you can choose to give it to them because if you want to do Xenon Bridge, you may want to consider doing that first. But this is always a key item check, and we already know what we're going to get. So once you turn that in, you can go back to 1000 AD and get your key item. We're going to wait for a second. Okay, and again, check your markets. Wow, so we have elixirs on the seat. So, and I mean, the speed belt is a good early item too. So shelters are here. Shelters are good to stock up on. You can usually probably get away with 20 per seed. That's a good round number. If you need more, it just means your seed is going longer. But yeah, elixirs are huge. So this shop is actually really, really good. Now you can come up here and get your tab as well from here. Remember, it's randomized. If you really are struggling with shelters, you can get the free shelter in here too. But honestly, just pop in here, get your tab, check the market. Okay. Ethers. Now, ethers themselves are pretty expensive, so usually they may not be worth it. If you have a huge influx of money, maybe you can get it. But usually getting shelters is the way to go. Especially when you're starting out. There's not really a reason to waste your money on ethers too much. Okay. Come to Truce Canyon for one reason. There's 2 chests here. And that's it. So those are that's pretty much all you go to Truce Canyon for. Now this is where now you get to have decisions. So again, let's go back. Look at how much stuff we got. We got some looting, but because it's such a early game, we can do pretty much anything. There's a couple things. We can look at your objectives. We say, oh, Denadoro. Denadoro's available in the beginning, but we also have Cathedral available in the beginning. And then those 2 are really good starting areas to do. Denadoro is good for a lot of chests. It's a pretty easy walkthrough. Especially in this case, it's an objective, so there's more incentive to do that. And then Cathedral's great because you can get potentially up to 2 characters if you finish it. So for right now, what we're going to do is start with Cathedral. Now there's one thing that can be said here is you can choose to get the character or not. Depending on how you want to play your seed, it could be a good or bad move to get the character here or not. You can play solo if you want, or maybe you just don't want to increase the scaling because you're going to get a character. Or maybe you just are like, okay, well, I just want to get the chests in Cathedral. So what we're going to do is we're going to try this out. Okay, so this particular encounter could be very scary with a slow character like Robo. That's another consideration here. This encounter in particular, look at this, he's already doing continuous tech to 1. Can be very tricky with someone like Robo or Luca. And if it's your first encounter, you may want to consider actually not doing this or going to Denadoro, because Denadoro doesn't have that first encounter. Or just skipping this and continuing through Cathedral. So we got Ayla. Woohoo! We're excited. And again, you can always check their attacks out, see what they got. And we got a cat attack seed. Triple kick. So we know. Awesome. Okay, we know what her best techs are going to be. Even rock throw is pretty high up there. Usually when you see something, even if something's around 11, 12 MP, it's very usable to finish through the game, depending on what it is and how it combines with other people. In this case, what the sad, unfortunate thing is that lightning is very low on our list. The reason being is if cat attack is super high, if lightning was super low, that's ideal because a volt bite only considers cat attack damage. You always want to try to be thinking of the double techs that each of these people have. Double techs are always usually a lot better than single techs. But you always want to be thinking like, is there a great double or triple tech that we can use for Lava's fight? So in this case, we're going to go through this. So see, you want to check your chests because you can just find something super awesome like that. 2 chests here, and you have 2 options going through Cathedral. You can either check all your chests. So say I go and get everything here and full clear it, or you just go straight to the back of the Cathedral and finish it. Come back in when there's no monsters and just get your loot that way, which could be much quicker. It usually is quicker, to be honest. So like if I wanted to come back to get these treasures, I could. But in this case, we're going to take these fights to kind of give us a little level up. For the most part, in a lot of these settings, there should be very little need to actually fight. So additional encounters besides bosses. So don't feel like you have to take a ton of encounters. The more you avoid, the faster you can be, the quicker you can complete your seed. And then if you don't like that setting, you can always change and adjust it on the website before you roll your seed. But in most settings, you're pretty safe if you go through a lot of bosses. Okay, so there's those. You want to grab the bromide if you're doing Chrono Sanity, which, again, anything could be a check, essentially. So make sure to grab that while you're here. The good news about doing dungeons at early, low levels, especially with something like these Deceased, is, you know, anything below level 10, you pierce through defense. So if you know you're going to have, if you go through an area and you see enemies like this, you're kind of happy because you're like, oh, I don't have to worry about having to do magic to them later, you know? And then, so there was 2 chests here, 2 chests here. Okay. And so as we go through this, you'll notice, like, you know, in my particular settings for the weapon randomizer, I do have some interesting effects on beginner weapons. So we have leech effects on Ayla, and we had like a leech effect on Chrono's weapon. Okay, so you can't avoid that encounter. You cannot avoid the other encounter if you take those, or if you go this way. So that's why you can skip 2 encounters if you just go through the top. I usually hug like one of the walls and just hold up. Don't try to press left or right. Try to let it force you that way. But yeah. As you're avoiding encounters, Rando Dalton Imperial is a little bit more lenient than wow, that's a good weapon. Is more lenient on some of the encounters skips than others. So there's some that have been adjusted so you can avoid almost any encounter. Almost. There are scripted ones that just cannot be avoided. For instance, this one. So in Cathedral, the maximum number of counters you could take is 2, or so. Or not the maximum, the minimum number of encounters you take is 2. 1 for the character at the beginning, and 1 right here. Otherwise, you have 2 optional ones, which is the bromide and 3 optional ones. The bromide, the stairs, and coming out of those 2 chests area. If you decide to get all chests before clearing it. Okay. And just like vanilla, play the organ, go through the top. And then you'll see the reason why, you know, doing Cathedral is kind of a nice starter one. And same with Denadoro, which we will do right after this one. With Cathedral, usually only need the one save point. Depending on how bad it is, you may need the other one to do a shelter. But you should be pretty safe to go through this pretty quick. Okay. Now, if you do not get a character at the front, it could be a little tougher. But again, because it's so low level, the low levels are a lot easier to give you more of a chance to kind of gain that power you need before things start amping up to be a little bit more serious. So see, he only has 1300. So we can just auto attack him and we should be fine. And he's one of the higher HP pool guys, so it's extremely doable. Okay, so as we're finishing up Cathedral, obviously, so we get a key item on the right chest, so that's what we're going to get. And then so we're going to see what we're going to get. Now, what you choose to do from here depends on how your seed roll. Okay, we are learning some text. Bosses are the way to go for experience. So if you're lacking experience, think of like a place where you can do a boss. Okay, we got the Chrono Trigger. But yes, think of a place where you can do a boss that maybe it doesn't have an objective, and you should be getting a good chunk of levels. Chrono Trigger does a couple of things. Now that we have Chrono Trigger, we have access to check Beckler at Lean Square. He will give you a key item if you have the Chrono Trigger, or if you have 40 silver points in Chrono. The 40 silver points in Chrono is not in Logic, meaning it's not going to be required for you to get those. Now, the reason why we did Cathedral first before coming to the castle is because it automatically teleports us. It could be a time save, you know? And here we see Magus. So we did get 2 characters from our Cathedral. And it's a great start to the seed. So not only do you get that character check, you could potentially get a lot of key items and levels, so you can be pretty stocked up. And again, it's always good to check him. Now, Daltonized Magus is here. He has a little bit of different strats than regular Magus, but his Lightning 2 rolled really high, so it's actually rolled really well. And his Burst Ball for single target. So far, what we have is a very solid team here. We're actually pretty happy with this team. When we see stuff like this, when we're going through the tech list, and we're seeing like 24 MP, 23 MP, 18 MP on attacks like Cat Attack, you know, if this were actually, you know, maybe in this case Blurb, or, you know, or Dark Mist. If it was Dark Mist, we know we had a super powerful Magus. Lightning is a super powerful single target, so yeah, that's perfectly fine. If it's Confuse or Spin Cut especially, that's really good. Tail Spin is really good with Ayla. Rolo Kick can be good if you're paired with Luca. So there's a lot of strategies that can happen out of this. So don't be sad if you don't get something that you really wanted on your highest tech. There's likely a character that can accomplish something that you're looking for. And don't forget there's a chest down here to check. And then the chef does give you 2 items. Now, in this case, say if you were to do Cathedral late game, or you're coming to Guardia Castle late game, if you feel you have enough items, you could skip things. Like, if you feel, okay, I got plenty of stuff, I don't really need to worry about it too much. You don't have to check the chef, you don't have to go down there. If you feel you got all your stuff you need, don't worry about it. Okay. We're going to double check this side because I can't even remember if I did this side or not. Okay. And there you go. So there's all your chests in 600 AD Castle. The only thing else useful in 600 AD Castle is turning in the rainbow shell. So once you get that, you turn it into him, and you're done with 600 AD. Pretty much Cathedral and that, and you're set. So now that we did all that, we're like, oh, okay, we could walk all the way back, but remember, start and select. That's your tip right there. Depending on how many shelters you have or whatnot, you can take a free snooze if you'd like. Depending on your settings, you could have a seed that has no shelters in it, so just a heads up. So now you're back in 1000 AD. So what do we do? Now there's, like I mentioned, we have the chrono trigger, which we can do the Beckler check. We're right here. Let's not do it. Let's do it, I mean. There's no reason not to do it, is what I meant to say. So in this case, like, okay, we have some stuff. We could sell some stuff. Okay, what could we sell? Maybe we don't want to sell anything just quite yet. Maybe we just want to hold on to some things and just like, we can sell some of the things that are no longer needed. Sure. But we're not like hurting too much. We don't need to rush anything because we will get money. You will get money. Don't worry. You will. Especially with like these types of settings, this standard settings. There's money in chests. There's a 30,000 gold chest. There's a 50,000 gold chest. Now with the Beckler check here, he immediately tells you what is available, so make sure to keep a lookout for that. So you want a bent sword? We do want a bent sword. So let's go ahead. Now, the longer you stay in the game, the lower the price will be. If you have, it starts off at like 30,000 gold. So if you're rolling in cash, here's a tip. You can take the challenge and just lose on purpose and just get it and leave. But if you don't have money, guess what? You got to do the mini game, guys. Okay. All right, there we go. Key thing to note here, don't forget the clone will be at Chronos' house. If you don't go to Chronos' house, you don't get the key item. So as soon as you're done, go back to Chronos' house. You're right here. You can forget it. Okay, bent sword. Now that we have it, it doesn't do a lot by itself. It does one thing if you have the bent sword or bent hilt. And that is once you complete Denadoro Mountain, you can talk to Tata to get another key item check. So it makes that another incentive to go there. We have it as an objective. We have that. We go, oh, okay, we can do that. Now that I'm back here, it's like, why go through the Guardia Forest 1000? there's chests here. You can do these at any time, but you can also check Chrono Trial. Chrono Trial is also a great starting spot because there's a lot of chests. You can be low level, and depending on if there's a character there or not, you could get a character right away. So there's a robo there. The other thing is it's an objective as well. So this is like actually a pretty good thing to do, but we don't have to do it if we don't want to. The other thing too is we want to keep an eye on our objectives for what characters we need. In our instance, the only character that really matters is Chrono because of Johnny Race, but there's plenty of reason where other characters have reason to do other checks, you know? So like you need Marl to do this one, get the Prism Shard and do those sort of things. So, and we'll go over like each character too, as we're getting each of the key items and how they incorporate into the checks. A Vedic Blade gives +2 MP. Okay. So one of the things that you could be looking for on a Chrono, we'll give a tip here right now, is the on-hit effects and Confuse, right? So that +2 MP per hit, if I use Confuse, he hits 4 times, so that's not just 2 MP, it's 8 MP. So always be on the lookout for those things. Blue Vest. And Mid-Ether. Okay, so those are your chests. There's one more chest that you can check before you get out of here. But you will have to come back. And we will come back for Robo at another time. This is another chest. It's available anytime, so just make sure to grab this one, especially if you're doing Chrono Sanity. If you have all checks available, you know? All right. So this is the first time we're going to say, sorry, Robo. We're going to do our house warp just so we don't have to walk through the woods. And we're going to get going. So now that we're back in 1,000, we'll do our turkey trade. And we already know what this is going to give us, so... Look at that. We already got that, and Omen Boss is unlocked. See, as it popped up. And you can see, it's hard to see particularly, but let's look at our tracker. At the bottom row, the third column, we can see the Black Omen lit up because that's the objective that completed. To the left of it is Blackbird is available, and then to the left of that is you have Flight, and then to the right of Black Omen is the Bucket is available, and then the Epic crashing into Lavos is available. Okay. So there we go. We got the Jets of Time, which we could get Flight now, and getting Flight early opens up so many more possibilities, but we're going to hold off on it. We're going to be patient because we're going through everything in this seed. Okay, so now that we're back here, we don't have the Masamune to get the Cursed Woods, but Denadoro is another free check. And a very good early one because of all the chests. In our case, it's good because it's an objective as well. And yeah, just occasionally check in on your equipment. Make sure you're all set, especially if you get something very shiny. So here's also another tip. So Denadoro, say you don't want to climb Denadoro, or it's not an objective, or you know, you just needed to do one quick key item check. You feel like that would be enough for you. You can come here and say, let me save Tata. I have the bent sword. I'm going to go check what he gives me before I decide to climb Denadoro. So you only have to do this front part to unlock the Tata check. And you never know, like this Tata check could be your Jets of Time. It could be your charged pendant. It could be something super important. So if you're not looking for too many key items, it could be this play. You just run over to Tata's house. And because I have Bent Sword, he's going to give me a key item. So we got the Dreamstone. Dreamstone, guys, guess what? Dreamstone allows us to recruit a character at Dactyl Nest and get flight in 65 million BC without the epic. So, without the epic flying around, I mean. So Dreamstone's actually pretty good. Okay. So there was a chest there, a chest next to the waterfall. We got this one. This guy. Okay, so right here in Rando Dalton Imperial, take the right side and you'll skip this encounter. You usually cannot skip that in vanilla, but you can in this one. So we'll try to show as many encounter skips here too. Go towards the bottom here. If you absolutely need this chest and you gotta check it, that's what you gotta do. You gotta fight this guy. Okay. So the tip here is usually if you're doing chests and everything, going up there, you will have to do at least one encounter. If you're quick enough, you do the encounter and the guy who ran away comes back really quick. But if you come back this way and just reset the room, it's quicker to just do that and then come back up. So you can skip both encounters. It's a lot quicker than taking both those. Denodoro is definitely one where it has a lot more skips you've got to do than anything. Only Frog can catch that, so make sure if for some reason it's a key item, it is. The easiest way to skip this encounter, just walk straight. That's what I usually do. And then hug the right wall, skip this encounter, and you're set. This encounter, you don't want to do the gauntlet, right? So just go straight up. You can go right about here. It could be even less. But as long as you go up a bit and then just straight to the left. That's all you got to do. And you skip that whole gauntlet. This one is, sometimes I miss it, but usually you have to come up here and you kind of like you hold down and kind of tap left to force yourself to go down that slope. So that you're not, so you can skip that encounter. And so if you're good enough with the encounter skips, you can just go down the waterfall and it's 2 extra chests down here. And you just do the same thing as you did before. Skip the gauntlet by just going up, then to the left. And let's see if I don't rush this and can get this. So yeah, so the key here is like, just tap left, barely tap left. You don't want to press it too much or else you'll get the encounter. Hit that chest, hug the left wall, and you're set. This one, pretty easy to skip. Again, hold left, go down. Super easy. It's hard if you don't know, but it's easy once you know. And make sure to talk to that guy. He can be a check. Once you skip the gauntlet, once the counter trigger goes away. Thank you, Fox. It's good to know. I do appreciate the input. So yes, Fox has mentioned in the chat that if you do the gauntlet and if you skip it the first time, it goes away. And you can see the chat as well. So there you go. Make sure to check the tab right here. Don't forget this chest here if you're doing Chrono Sanity. You don't want to miss that chest. Wait till that second rock goes off, or like wait over here. The easiest thing to do is to wait on that left side a little bit. You kind of saw how I waited and hesitated to go towards this ladder. As soon as he starts throwing the rocks, just come to this ladder and start climbing up. It's usually a surefire way to skip the encounter, and we'll go through it again really quick. So in here, you go here, and you can peek at this, and you can decide not to get it if you don't want to. So are you here for the pendant? You can say no. You're not? Then you should leave quickly. It actually puts you back up here. So you can actually like exit Denadoro if you really didn't want the item. Just in case, if you're just like, you know what, I don't feel like it, or maybe the boss was just a pain, but you kind of, you know, you just want to just leave, sure, or something. You know, just as an option. Anyway, so like I said, if you just immediately kind of go down here, wait a little bit, and then as soon as he starts throwing, just start rushing this, you'll be pretty good to skip that encounter. It has something to do with his elevation as he's going up and down, but you should be safe to do it that way. So the first fight is always Masa and Mune. And the second fight is going to be a random one. Yeah, this fight can be annoying if you don't have like all your techs unlocked or anything, or if you're kind of in the middle of the ground. You're not doing so much damage just because they're encounters. And if you're watching this in the future, a future update would give you a preview of what this boss is by Masa and Mune's name, because with their name combined would usually, like Terra and Mutant, would tell you it's Terra Mutant. But in this case, we're still waiting for that update. So Lava Spawn. We all know Lava Spawn. Kick his face. Oops. Okay, so if you mess up, right? I messed up there. Oh, I may have died. No worries. You liking the tutorial? Good, good, Blue. I'm glad you enjoyed. So first death, no worries. You just start it back up and you run it back. So we are like scaled level 9 on a scale level 14. So that's why it's taking us a little longer to kill things. It's a little bit rougher and everything. There we go. Okay. So this is a key example of, so I did the jerky trade, right? That has no boss to it, but it increases your scaling. And so right now we're within 5 levels of scaling, which is, it's doable. It's very doable. You don't have to like stress out too much about it. But if you're not used to having it that wide of a gap, it can be a little surprising at first. A little hint on Daltonized Magus. His blurp poisons the enemy And that's important because one, it poisons them. And so after a set amount of time, they'll take damage. But the other aspect of it is it actually lowers their damage output. So it actually can make a big enough difference to be extremely useful. So don't sleep on it. Even if it's a low MP cost, it's definitely worth it. Oops, I attacked him. So Lava Spawn is always going to start off with his AoE attack. In this randomizer, we don't underestimate Lava Spawn. He can actually do some damage. So if you wanted to, you know, wait for it. Maybe if you have some mid tonics, you can do that and you'll feel a bit safer overall. Frenzy Band, Valor Crest, Rage Band are actually very good early game accessories, so don't sleep on them. Okay, so there we go. We completed an objective and a boss. Now we've done like 2 objectives back to back, plus a boss. You know, if you do too many objectives too fast, it might get a little rough. So you always have to be aware of like, should I do this, or is there a quick boss I can do that will help scale us up, you know, get our levels up. If we notice, where is our, I do not see our level scaling. Interesting. But our level scaling is at level 17 in our tracker, and we are level 16. We caught up just enough. So, but, wait for it. There we go. We got Denadoro and a pendant. That's going to increase our scaling by a lot, right? We're feeling, oh, we're 16, 17. It's going to start raising a lot higher. We're going to start seeing a gap. So let's take a look at that gap. We're 21 according to our tracker, and we're level 16. We're 5 levels below, right? We're like, whew, it's kind of rough, you know? What do we do? Okay, so we bought our about 20 shelters. So you could keep going for, oh, I could go get my flights and we'll be happy. We could go do Chrono Trial. We'll do objectives. It's probably not the smartest thing. Blackbird might be okay. But again, you don't want to get to a spot where your scaling is extremely at hand. So how do we rectify this? We're going to go to Hecarim Cave. Hecarim Cave is also another free check in the beginning. So in order to get to Hecarim Cave, go to Vortex Point right here. So without flight, this is how you get to it. And, you know, it's a shortcut to Medina. So just stay towards the bottom wall. You'll avoid that encounter. That encounter should be easy to avoid. Rainbow Sword. We just found Chrono's best weapon. So there's always one chest there. But you have like 2 shops here. You have Melchior's Hut. Okay, we see we have some interesting thing. Crisis MP, Rune Blade. Oh, look, we're low on mid-tonics. We're low on cash, too? What's happening? Okay. Well, we got some stuff we can sell. And about 10 revives you should be sufficient with. You know, mid-tonics, up to you. If you feel like you're going to need a bunch, sure, they're inexpensive. What really helps is the full tonics. Full tonics will be helpful, especially if you don't have any healer in your party, or AoE heal, because it's 500 HP. That's a big difference. So Medina, we're doing Chrono Sanity. Guess what? Forest Ruins, right here. That's check. Elder's House. There's 2 tabs here. Grab this one and this one. There you go. Okay. Nothing else here except the market. So yes, let's do that. And the only reason to do the market here, one, you can see who you're fighting against, right? But the other reason is so you can peek the shop. You can say, what's in here that I can use for later. And just like vanilla game, it's going to, the prices will lower once you finish Aussie Sport. So yes, if you want to peek at this, you can say like, okay, is there anything I would come back here for? And if you're like, well, in this case, there's nothing you would want to come back for. There's zero reason to come back here. So it means even if you do Aussie Sport, there's less of an incentive to do it. Okay, so let's go back to Hecarim Cave after we did Medina Village. Okay. Flames are great. Make sure if if you really want to take the encounter, just interact with the flame, talk to it and you'll be good to go. But otherwise, no main reason to do it. You may feel a little nervous when you're 5 levels away, but you'll catch up. Okay, the only one encounter skip you have to do is right here. So usually, I usually walk, but just like, again, tap the left button. Make sure not to hold it in. Just hold it down until your character automatically goes down, and you'll avoid that skip. Hug the right wall here, and you'll avoid the skip. Sorry, there's 2 skips here. This is a Chrono Sanity check, so make sure if you have Charged Pendant, come back here for that chest. Do not forget that. That can be an easily missed one. Which brings up a good point. With Charged Pendant, there are some checks that are going to be in the Chrono Sanity pool. Northern Ruin sealed chests, that sealed chest, the Forest Ruin sealed chests. They're all going to be part of it, so... So, there's obviously 2 ways to approach Mother Brain. One is let's kill all the displays, or kill 2 of the displays and see if we can keep up with the damage output. Based off of the healing, And if you can, cool, do that. The other way is to destroy all 3 of the displays, and if you're pumping out enough damage, cool, you're done. like the official way like this can be a little daunting, especially if you can't keep up with the damage output. Status is good. For status effects, if that's what you're talking about, then if you have sight cap, super useful here. But so far so good. We're going through Hecarim Cave. We've done most of that with 1000 AD checks. And we took Mother Brain nice and simple. So as you can see, we're getting like 6 levels. Oh, you can status the displays. Thank you, phone, for that tip. So you can status the display. So if you have something like Boogie, I'm assuming you can stop them, so that would be also really good. Could have a Robo in here. And Ayla. Okay, so now what we can see is we're level 23, scaled at 24. So we're looking better now, right? Feeling a bit more comfortable. Make sure to check Luca's house to get the key item. And it's the Masamune. So there are multiple checks here, right? That unlock through the acquisition of like the Sunstone. You know, I think the second Masamune upgrade and stuff. For me, I'm unfamiliar with all of the checks, but only the Hecarim Cave is a key item check. So now that we have the Masamune, we can go get Luca and check like what she rolled out if we wanted to. So there's also the other opportunity of saying, do we get Luca now to check what she has, or do we get her later after we learn some more techniques? So let's think about this for a second. We're doing okay with our party. Do we have the magic that we need to? Yeah, we kind of have ice too, you know, fire too. We're learning our stuff. We have a decent amount of damage. Maybe we wait. Maybe we wait. So let's change it up and say, let's wait. So what do we do now? Now can't do Magic Cave because you need Frog and the Masamune. The other thing is 65 million BC. One, we unlocked the Dreamstone. So as you're getting items, just try to think ahead as much as possible. Have a beginner's guide up that Phone has created, or the more you learn about it, the more you know what your routing can be. We're now getting into the phase where, okay, things are going to take key items or characters. So there's 2 things here that can be done. There's Dactyl Nest, which does not yield a key item, but it yields flight and a character. And there's also Force Maze into Reptile Layer. And in order to do that, we either need that flight or we need Ayla. So if we go here, Ayla bumps Kino in the head for Kino. And we can go directly to Reptile Layer. We got a very overpowered item here, the Master Crown. So for this encounter, just hug the right wall, hold in down as much as you can, hold in right. Just let the character do the work there to skip those eagle encounters. Here, just go through the top. You don't need to go through the bottom because there is an encounter there. Grab this chest and this one. And I usually go through the top. There is an encounter here. I usually just go through the top rock here. There's a forest maze is usually very forgiving with the encounters. So you don't need to worry too much, but usually I hug the right wall here. Just come up here. This one, you do have to kind of be a little bit more, just holding down, and you'll automatically go along the wall like that, and skip that encounter. Hit this guy. This one's pretty easy once you know. It's just come up here to the left, and you skip this encounter. It's really just at that bottom part right there where the feet are is kind of like where it is. So you can come up here and just skip it. And I mean, it's pretty forgiving. It's like about that wide. Don't need to go up or anything. You just need to come down here to get your last chest and you're done. So yes, no flames here, all encounter skips. And reptile lair. And just like in vanilla, these guys do have a chance to, burrow. So if you really want to get secret room, have them dig over here, you can. You can try to get some secret rooms, but they are not part of a traditional like chrono sanity setting. So you can just jump down the holes here. These encounters can be skipped in the Rando Dalton Imperial. They're not forced like in vanilla, so don't worry about that. You do want to avoid these ones, so get the chest from the top. Just avoid those guys. This one's can be a little bit tricky because it kind of, if you notice, like as I'm getting to here, it kind of forces you down. So that's why you kind of like want to walk, go up, just tap left and then open that, and then you can walk away. Now, as soon as you come out this door, hold in up and right, or as soon as you're going through this, hold in up and right, and you skip that one. Walk alongside this guy, and as soon as he like starts going down, just run past him. You'll probably do it even a little earlier. For now, depending on if you're watching this way into the future, maybe Pseudo has taken out this invisible save point, then you have to do this encounter. Otherwise, you can hear it ping right here, and you can just save. And you can use your shelter if you need to. But that's all that's those two chests are the only two Chrono Sanity chests that you would need. Prism Shard. Golem can be a little annoying because he does, his physical damage is pretty annoying, right? Because he does his Iron Orb, plus his big hit is painful, and you can't get one shot. So if you have somebody with an element, use that ASAP, and it should help alleviate some pressure if you don't have enough like power at this time, which we do not. Just wait for him to go, like say if he's about to go right now, and then you could just switch it up to where he switch back to Ice 2 after a physical attack. He does not change his copycat ability on counters, so a lot of the times things like that. So his copycat ability is considered a counter. Which is why a counter cannot trigger a counter, right? But yes, you can also make it so he's done doing permanent Iron Orbs if you prefer that method. No infinite encounters here, Blue. Yeah, so like in this case, we're just trying to be chill with Ayla. Beware of Golem's burp too. If you have don't have a lot of magic defense, like the scaling's pretty high, could catch you off guard. Dalton's burp is a little bit more scary though, or it can be a little bit scary too. Okay, so that takes care of that. Rainbow Shell. Rainbow Shell unlocks the Guardia Castle basement in 1000 AD. You first have to turn it into 600 AD Guardia Castle King, and then that'll unlock the basement. So make sure to do that. Turn it into 600 AD first. So we'll go back through Forest Maze, as we know our encounters how to skip them. You just go and kind of do it in reverse. See, just like this, holding up instead of down, and you're safe. They're pretty forgiving. You can hug the right wall if you want. You can hug the left wall. You don't need to come back. You don't have to go get the eagles, you know, you already got that chest. So you're safe. If you want, you can drink some sweet water. Depending on how you love your settings, you may want to make sure to engage in the sweet water. Since we're in 65 million, we have the trading post. So the hammer arm, load arm, stowed arm. He'll tell you what he has available, right? Those will change once we get flight, I believe. They can upgrade. There's a shop here. A Valkyrie's kind of nice. And we have the normal type, and then the special trade is a Gloom Helm, 10 of all of them. The default settings is kind of set to 10. We like to sometimes switch it to 9, so you know you only have to do the new fight 3 times. So Laruba Ruins, not officially a check, but there's actually something special about this place besides the stone. If you talk to the Elder with the Dreamstone, you actually can get the Dactyl without having to go through Dactyl Nest. So you can skip an entire area. It saves you time. If you just need flight, if you're just, that's all you need, that's fine. If you don't need a character or don't want to check what character's up there, you don't have to. For Chronosanity's sakes, this guy is a check. Now there's also another setting called Phone Sanity, we like to call it. You'll see it say P-San or P-Sanity, you know, just like to say C-San or C-Sanity. But what that does is it adds, like, this is an actual key item check in there, and a key item could be there in Phone Sanity. It's like the in-between of Chronosanity and normal checks. It's a little bit way less tame than Chronosanity, though. So if you ever hear about mention of that, that is one additional check right there. And then the chef that we did earlier is an additional check. Dactyls will come right here. Hunting range is also an additional Phone Sanity check. If you have like if you're doing charms and like kind of randomizing them and random drops, I mean, there's 5 unique enemies here. So feel free to fight those ones if you have like those random drops and charms, because you can potentially get that's 5 different checks you can get for items that could potentially be really good and farmable. If you really want to be overpowered, and you know, maybe there's speed tabs there that drop. The new is special here. We always talk about level scaling. We always talk about you know, 1, you can charm them up. But we always talk about level scaling. Everything is scaled. You know, the new is not scaled. This is actually more important than you think. 1 is, say in the very beginning, say if I found this rainbow sword or something at the very beginning, that means like I could go and probably fight him and he gives you like 10 levels, and you can actually get a pretty good jump start in your levels before any scaling occurs. So think of that as a strategy too. It's kind of a nice little boost if you feel confident enough to do enough damage. If you have low damage, it just takes a long time. And if you guys are not familiar with the vanilla, like how to get the new sometimes, like if it's raining, I like to start here. You can start up there. You can start in one of two spots, I feel like. But if you start here, you can check this spot out for if the new is here. And if you run up, he might pop up right here, you know, in the top right corner up there. And then he can pop up right here as well. So, you know, if you start off in that bottom right location, I usually like to do that, and then you can check all three locations to get the new. So if there is something really, really juicy at the trading post, you may want to do that. Okay, so Dactyl Nest. We'll do Dactyl Nest. This one, it can be a little weird with flying enemies, but yeah, if you let the guy go down a little bit and then, you know, kind of diagonal cut across, then you can skip that encounter. If you get into an encounter, you don't have to take it. You should be able to run away from this one. One thing to note with flying enemies in a place where there's a standing enemy, usually just be aware that the hitbox is below the enemy rather than where the enemy is. When those guys separate, you can actually skip that encounter in here, so make sure to do that. That's interesting. Okay. So, like, for instance, like, his hitbox is probably right around here, but, like, over to the right, rather than being up there, if that makes sense. And let's see if I trigger it, I trigger it, but yeah, so see, like, I'm right on top of him. It's not triggering, right? It's below him. So just know that with flying enemies, when you're trying to avoid encounters, you gotta kind of account for that. All right, so this encounter can be a little tricky. I used to be good at lining it up, but but lately I have not been. It's I kind of have to go off a feeling a bit, but it's pretty much something like right here. If you don't get it on your first try, do not press left or else you'll trigger the encounter. And then you can kind of like tap left. And there you go. You can skip that one. That one's a little tougher. If you need to, you can, you know, you can pause buffer, you know, and just try it out per frame like that, or and see if that gets you the encounter. Just be aware of like those, whoever's trying to trample you from behind. Okay, and just remember there's 3 chests up here if you are doing Chrono Sanity. So this can be skipped. It's like, I usually come, if you line up right here, you just hold in up, come down here, it's like 2 frames like that. It's if you need to pause buffer, you can, and then you should be able to walk up. Maybe I only did 1 frame there, or like 1 pixel. I don't know if that's too much. So if you need to, you can. And if you like go up, you can check, and you're not, then that's fine. You can just keep at your same, and you can pause buffer again. Okay, you're not. You're just 1 more away. There you go. 3. We did 3 pause buffers, and you're able to skip that encounter. So that one, it can be a little tricky. Pause buffering makes it a lot easier. And we got a frog. We're getting a lot of characters. No empty checks. Very interesting. And in normal, so say if you get a Dreamstone early, normal settings have different recruit spots at different levels. So you could get a frog at, I think it's level 18 at Dactyl Nest if you get an early Dreamstone. So since 65 million BC is accessible. Otherwise, they scale to your leader. So that is out. Also of things. So we already knew from the opening credits, Slurp Cut was going to be his big one. And his Leap Slash is okay. One, we gauge it by 10 MP, which is still very good. 6.5 is still very good with Frog. And then if you want to, you could look at his heal. Takes 2 MP. And okay. So we'll just leave it with this current party right now. We'll play with this party. Yeah, and that's the last thing here before we go to anything else. Is there's one chest here. Don't forget the chest here. So this encounter, I mean, it's just like vanilla, I believe. If you feel like that guy on the right is gonna juke you, just stand there and he'll walk right through you, right? And then continue forward. So with flight, the only things that gives us access to is Tyranno Layer, which will grant us 12,000 BC access. The other thing it will do that you need in order for you to do Tyranno Layer is flight and Ayla. Ayla is required to do Tyranno Layer. So that's one way to 12,000 BC. And because we're here, we might do it. The only other thing flight unlocks is Sun Keep. So if you have Moonstone, you can drop it off here and be good to go. And get it in 2300 AD. So let's go ahead and do Tyranno Layer since we're here. So as you'll notice, the sparkly thing, there you go. You have Ayla, it opens. If you want to, you can go up the stairs and drop to get the chest that's up there. And then do this. Completely up to you. I don't mind missing out on the one chest. But we can go up to that area anyway. So you can see what it would be like. So if you just want the one chest, you can do that. But if you want both, you can go, oops. What you can do is like avoid that and come down here. Hug the top wall. And then you would hit this switch and you would drop. And then you can go down there. But the left chest is the thing that has it. And then the right one would drop you. Left. So wait a second and then move is what I have found useful for that encounter skip. Okay, so for this room, if you want all the chests and skip all the encounters, usually if you start like right here to where it's like, you know, he forces Chrono to move left a little bit, just holding it up. Right here is your first warp, gets you to here. I found this the easiest to remember for myself. There's other warps too. And then once you get the chest, immediately to the right, and you get to this top right one, go to the left right there. That's your next warp. Hit this one. And then all I do is just come down here to get this one. And then just hug the right wall. No encounters. And all the chests. Okay, so with this one, hug the top. Now this is the one I have trouble with. So let's see if I can do it. But you come to about like, I think like right here. I think it's like right here, and then move to the left, move to the right, I mean. And then you kind of just go up here, and you should be able to skip that. 65 million BC is always righty. And then when it's not 65 million BC, it's lefties. So let's see if I can reverse that. So come to about right here. This part might be a little trick. I missed this up quite a bit too. I think you move just a little bit, and I don't know if it's like a pause buff. Don't think it's a pause buffer one. I don't think it's that tight, but I sometimes have trouble. But yeah, line yourself up, go down. You go to the right a little bit. You can sometimes skip that encounter. Azure Kale always chooses to remember it as Tyranno Layer right, Giant's Claw left. So the R's in Tyranno Layer right, Giant's Claw left. That is actually super useful. Thank you, Zerkale. I'll remember that. It is now in the guide. Okay. And then we got Dalton here. We didn't need to use the shelter, but we're using them because to show you like where we kind of leave off after we got, I think we ended up with like 26 or 27-ish from items in chests as well. So level 30, anything beyond level 30 is kind of now in the territory of another thing that has happened. I guess you could say in the defense-wise. And that's when you're 30 or below, you actually there's actually a mechanism that is in place for element safety. What that means is, say someone like Nizbel, which is always vulnerable to lightning, right? If you use ice and your level scaling is 30 or below, it will act as though it hit at him with lightning, so it shocks him. So same thing with Rat Knight. If you use lightning on him and the scaling's 30 or below, it'll act as water, you know, or ice element. So that's pretty cool, right? I don't know how good Dino Tail will be. Does anything replace the Masamune slash counter? As far as I know, I don't think nothing it does. Whether I'm right or wrong, that is a good question. Maybe we'll put that in a comment or something if we figure it out, or ask in the Discord, and we'll be happy to help. Kill the boss fast? Yes, that is the most efficient way, right? We just learned a lot of stuff. We just powered up a lot. So the good thing with Tyranno Lair is, you know, you get 2 bosses. Let's see if I remember this. There's probably a better way, and I just don't know it, and I need to practice it. But the way I usually do it is hug the left wall, come here, and I think it's right about here, and you go up. So see how I'm like in the middle right here, like of this one, and then it just goes straight to the right. And hold in up and right until you get into there. With this, if you just hold in down from here, you won't hit the left or right switch. So it doesn't matter if you hit that switch or not. When you're cutting out of here, I just go and hold left and do that. The trick with this one, like go right here, hold in down, boom, you're lined up perfectly to just go straight up and skip these 2 encounters. So super simple with that one. Okay, here we go. So Daltonized Magus strats because he's, you know, different, right? If you're fighting someone like this, say it's Rust Tyranno, Black Tyranno, something with a high HP pool or has high defense, I would always recommend, if you have it available, to blurp first. It does a set percentage damage after it's been so long, and it's very useful in the long run. It's like an extra hit, you know? And so it's definitely worth it. The other thing, too, is it's not immediately clear on the Daltonized Magus, and this is why we rolled him for this purpose, is that you see his iron orb, and we'll go to the tooltip again, and it says, we waited for a boss like this. It says 40% HP. It for sure takes 40% HP away from an enemy of their current HP, not their max, their current. So, but if you do it on a boss, it's a quarter of effect, so it's 1/4 of the effect. So in this case, Iron Orb is going to take 10%, which is 2060. But it also just does that damage. It's not like it's blocked by any defenses or anything like that. So it's super useful in places where you have Black Tyranno, Son of Sun, Lavos, you know, places where you normally can't do a lot of damage. Nizbel at first, so abuse that fact. Even if it's low, like if it's low on the list, it still is going to it's still going to take a chunk out of his life, right? So I highly recommend that. So there you go. So 1,500 damage, just coincident, like just right then and there. So Black Tyranno, one thing is don't underestimate him in the randomizer. If you don't have enough damage and you do get hit by his fire attack and you have low magic defense, it could be a disaster. It could be a big disaster. So make sure you're not just like under-leveled coming here, that you take this fight a little bit more serious. Or if you have fire absorption or fire protection of some sort, definitely use that to your advantage. There we go. So this will unlock... There's multiple ways to get 12,000 BC access. There's this way, where you get your Tyranno lair. Magus's Castle, which you need the Frog and the Masamune to go through the Magic Cave. Or Flight. If you have Flight, you just fly straight to Magus Castle. And then there's Keeper's Dome, which is in 2300 AD. And you need the charge pendant for that. Okay, so the last thing in 65 million BC that would be available for us, if we had it, is the Moonstone, which we don't have. So we're pretty much done here. So now we have 12,000 BC access. So let's go back to 1000 AD really quick. We have not even unlocked flights. We're doing this on purpose to show you kind of what you can do on foot. It's very important to know where you can go and what you can do on foot, more to know more of that rather than relying on flights. Because as soon as you have flight, the world is your oyster. So see, we have 12,000, we have Mount Woe access up here, and we have Zeal Palace access over to the right. But we're going to hold off on this for a minute. We're going to pet the validation cat. And continue on our wary way. Okay. The main reason we came back here is to go through Guardia Forest. And to go through Bangor Dome. So, on foot, you can get to the future. This is very important. Don't forget about this, because there is a key item check here that's free, essentially. It's just one, but it could be the one you need. And you could get gated behind everything else without coming here. When you get to 2300, you can check your shop out. We have elixirs again. So those are good items to think about. Trando. So all these sealed doors, Trando Dome, Bangor's Dome, they can be chrono sanity checks. 100% they can. So charge pendant again will play a part into chrono sanity. So lab 16 is actually pretty good free chests. Like we saw that one there. If you want to avoid the rats, if you don't want to lose some gold or tonics. Second one here. Third one here. So yeah, so this encounter, so that other encounter that you saw, I'm going to go back to it just to make sure you saw. Go through the top right here. This one you can't really see, and there is a path right here that you can avoid those ones. And blue cannot forgive their ratty behavior. I agree. They're very suspicious, aren't they? So I usually go towards the bottom. There's other ways to avoid this encounter. For me, I get nervous and I just go towards the bottom and hug the bottom wall. With this one, it's easy enough to just come through here and just holding right. Now coming back through here, I sometimes have trouble doing this one right here. So sometimes I'll go up through here, and if you just, so from here, if you just like tap right and while holding down, you can usually like skip it like that too. So whichever way you're comfortable with, that's a couple ways to avoid that one. Go down here, hit this last chest. So with this guy, stay far away from him, and then go behind the hydrant over here. And that's all all the skips there. Eris Dome is your check. So there's technically 2 checks here. As we saw that Eris Dome is an objective, but you have to give Doan the seed. So once you give Doan, or Doan, however you want to say his name, then you actually complete the objective. Otherwise, you can do half the objective right now. So full tonics. So now that you have a bit more money, however many full tonics you feel comfortable with, like you could probably get away. You could get away with 10 if you just want to buy 10 if you feel safe. I like to buy 20. There's usually no need for it. 10 should be sufficient enough for like the last, you know, fights or any fights that you run into where you're feeling a little insecure. Okay, guys, and with this, don't check your menu. Why? Don't check your menu. Why? Forces an encounter. So, if you didn't know, that's what that does. So we knew Golem Boss from our opening cutscene. So we're sitting here, we're fighting Golem Boss, but you say to yourself, man, I feel like I'm not doing enough damage, or like, you know what, I don't feel like dealing with Golem Boss. The trick here is just let him do his thing. If you don't want the experience, if you don't need the experience, hands off the controller. Let him go through his script. Depending on your battle speed, you can get through this pretty quick. We have it at 3, just so I can talk a little bit better without having to worry about it being too fast. But at battle speed 2, he goes through this pretty quick. If he runs away, here's the important thing. If he runs away, he does not affect your scaling. Bosses normally affect your scaling, and in this case, he does not. So that's a little trick if you just don't want to fight him and don't want to go through it. You don't have to. Gate key. So gate key is very important when you have 4 or more characters. You can get to end of time, which is super important. And it allows us to show off another feature that if you have it enabled is actually very important to remember. It's called Boats of Time. Most of the standard settings usually have it on. So make sure to keep that in mind. Over here, if you have Charge Pendant for Chrono Sanity, you need to come this way. But if you don't have it yet, you still have 1 chest right here. 1 chest. And usually that's an easy chest to get, so you can just come over here and grab the chest and leave. But see, as you can see, we did not trigger the cutscene because we don't have the seed. But gate key, it is important for that. So, Boats of Time, End of Time access. It is also the item required to recruit Luca at the fair. And I'll go back, once I get the rest of my text, we'll go back and recruit the others. So this is an important key item check, because if you cannot find maybe you need Jets of Time, maybe you need something, or you just can't remember that, or you have seed and you're like, well, I can't use it because I need flight. You can get here on foot. Another key thing too is if you have the bike key, Lab 32. You can go through Lab 32. So you just go up there, you can walk on by. So bike key allows you to traverse this. Why is this important? If you have Robo, you go do factory. There's also a character over at Protodome, maybe. And the other reason why it's important to know that you can come to the future is Keeper's Dome. Okay, so for this one, I think of a Tetris piece a little bit. Z-shape, right? Z-shape, Z-shape. Boom, we done. That's the hardest skip in here. But yes, it's important to know that you can get to the future on foot because of this too. If you only get Charged Pendant, you have to go to Keeper's Dome to unlock 12,000 BC. It is also, you know, Sewer is also good because it's a mid-boss check. Again, Robo wants to find Atropos all the time. He's always trying to seek his girlfriend. And if you find her, the rewards are justified. So the quick checks are, you know, Lean Square and sewer access, right? Another good check would be Aussie Fort. That's always a great check because there's 2 mid-bosses there. So you can see if Atropos went there. Normal settings will have the mid-boss pool and the boss pool shuffled. There is the option for random, but shuffled means it takes all the bosses that are in the pool and mixes them up so you find them once. Random means you could find them more than once. Like, so if I put random, I could find 5 fleas and no Atroposes, you know, who knows? For the mid-boss. And if I did boss shuffle, we could be fighting all mutants if we wanted to. Okay. So we have the Chrono Trigger, but we do not have the clone. The Chrono Trigger will upgrade to the clone in order to climb Death Peak. But we went through sewer access just to show you that, yes, there is a way to get to Keeper's Dome. So don't forget that. Okay. Best way to get back, though, Chrono House Warp. Okay, so now we're like, okay, we've dawdled enough, haven't we? There is one additional thing I would like to show off before we get our flight that can be very, very edge case and could be useful too. So I do have the gate key. I do have 4 characters. We're going to go into this one. And because we're going into a gate, it's going to poop us out in End of Time. This does not happen often, or at least it's only happened to me once that I've needed to do this. This guy gives you an item as long as you've gotten the Algeti portal, or End of Time. Yeah, the Algeti portal. I think he should give you that if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, you can get to Protodome without having to unlock it. Otherwise, you have to unlock all these transitions, right? Like, we've been to Bangor Dome, we've been to Guardia Forest, we've been to the Tyranno Fortress and Medina Village. So we have to unlock those. We have to gain access to those. But not Protodome. Protodome is unlocked if you can get to End of Time without going through Factory. So there is 2 options to get to End of Time, since I'm mentioning it now. Gate key plus 4 characters, or you finish Factory and you go through this exit back here in Protodome. So there's no character here because we know where the rest of our characters are. Because we know Marl's at the fair, Luca's in the burrow, Robo's at Chrono Trial. So we know those 3, so we knew this was going to be empty, but this is a potential recruit. So for this encounter, I believe you have to walk along the bottom. And then that's it. So see, You can backdoor into Protodome that way. And if you really needed to, you can go to Factory with Robo to do that. And then, yeah, Lab 32. So just know that that strategy exists. Now, after all this time, after being so long-winded, we're going to show off Boats of Time. So, always remember that you can go to Chorus 100 for 100 gold, but in 1080, right? If you have Thomas Pop, you could port here. Now, it doesn't do you much good to have access to this right away. You can get, you know, some item there. You can talk to this guy and get an additional item. In Phone Sanity, this is a check. In Chrono Sanity, this is a check as well. Talking to the guy and talking to his wife to get to get an item. But there's also a shop here that apparently sells the Rainbow Sword. So if I didn't have Rainbow Sword, we would have bought it here. So yeah, you have an additional shop you can check here. I mean, there's not much else you can do here, really. So unless you have the tools and you have access to course 680, there's not much you can do. So this is the instant with Boats of Time. I can't get anywhere, right? This is why we have the Start Select Warp. Okay, so we can get to course 1000. So when you have the gate key, you have this additional option to say, okay, let's go to 680. Ozzy's Fort, Giant's Claw. Giant's Claw won't do us anything right now because we did not get Thomas Pop. Or you can go to course 680. So if you have those additional things, like if you have any of those as checks, do it. If you have Chrono Sanity, Ozzy Fort has a handful of chests. We have magic tabs here that we could buy. But yeah, you have that extra market here, and that's pretty much it. Talk to this guy when you have the tools, then go back to his house to start the process. Also, he'll give you an item as long as you have not finished Giant's Claw yet. Little extra Toma reward, right? So there. You know, so that's like one thing. So again, not a lot you can do here unless you have tools. And so if you have gate key and tools, you may want to consider doing that. So even without flights, let's go to Ozzy Fort. Just to show you how much stuff we can do without flight. It's a little bit ridiculous. Like, you can get around really well. There's very few things gated behind flight. Like Sun Palace, obviously, you gotta fly there. Genodome, you gotta fly there. Those are your main things. Yeah, those are your main things. A Black Omen. That's your other thing. Okay. Okay. Ozzy Fort is a decent place to level up. There can be challenge to it, so don't think it's like just a walk in the park, you know. Especially seeing Crawley here, that can be a little annoying because he can drop a character down to 1 HP. So that's, you know, your brain should be throwing a red flag there. It's like, can I do this? You should be asking yourself, you know, double checking with yourself when you first see a Crawley. The immediate thought is you should save before you do the boss fight. Do not just go into there blindly and assume you're going to win. If you have amazing damage, for sure, you know, maybe you're steamrolling everything, so you're not too worried. But if it's in this type, like this stage of the game, we're at level scale 37, you may think about it. Now, as you can see, we're like level 41. We're way past the scaling. So yes. Okay. Do not underestimate Gato. Gato can be surprisingly a pain. Let's just put it that way. So if you notice, like, I'm okay because we're 41 versus 37. His counterattack can be pretty daunting if you're not ready for it. And it could be a lot higher. Luckily with like Chrono Ayla, we have good we definitely have good defense, so we should be fine. Okay, remember so this is also a phone sanity check, Ozzy Fort is, but it's only in the last room after you defeat the boss in one of those chests. I believe it's the left chest in the boss room. For the most part, I knew Crawley was here. You probably just want to do that. And kind of just go back out and use a shelter. But that's, you know, one chest, one tab, 2, 3, 4 chests, and there's 2 more chests back there. That's 6 chests, plus, you know, you do, you know, a lot of bosses. So it's good experience points. It's good checks. If you're doing Chrono Sanity, don't sleep on Ozzy Fort. It's usually worth the risk. And as you can see, it's even leveling us further, so we have an even bigger gap because we haven't done an objective in a while. Yeah, so this Zeal can be very, very scary here, based off of the people here. Luckily for us, she's not as scary as she could be. So we're ow. So yeah, definitely don't take Zeal lightly here. Don't take Crawley lightly here. You know, it's a mixed bag. And we have a good evening from Vic in the chat. Good evening, Vic. So, Zeal is definitely typically one of the hardest ones to get here because of things like this. Perhalation is very annoying to counter with. But if you play it smart, you can come out on top. One thing to know, most of the things are vanilla drops and vanilla charms, as denoted by the CD in the bottom of the screen, right? There we go. So not too bad with this team. Don't be afraid to use your lapises if you need to. I mean, it's better to power through it. You usually have enough stuff in chests and shops that you can get through a Lavos fight, even if you don't have them. This chest is usually a key item check and phone sanity. And so the only reason to do this is if you have Aussie Fort as an objective, or if you want the shop in Medina Village to go lower its prices. You can actually just leave. I argue that it's pretty much just as fast to go through this process because it warps you out of Aussie Fort than it is to just walk out. But it's probably just about the same. Okay, so we were able to do Aussie Fort, which is not an official check, but it is there. So what do we do next? Guess what? We can walk to 12,000 BC. That's what we can do. 12,000 BC. We are running out of places that we don't have a lot of access to, or we need key items for. So we make it gated into having to get flight to go to Sun Palace or something. So again, start select. Gotta get home. Okay. Okay, so 12,000 BC. We have another way to get to it too. We might as well show it off since we're here. But to show it off here, now that we've accessed it, boom, it's unlocked. We have Frog, we have the Masamune, so we can do Magus' Castle. As soon as you have both of those, Magic Cave is immediately unlocked, so you can just go through here. This is nice, so you don't have to worry about this encounter. Magic Seal, or the Magic Cave Seal chest can be a check in Chrono Sanity, so please check it if you need to. That one's pretty easy to avoid as long as you're paying attention. Sometimes when you're not paying attention, you just run into it. Magus' Lair. So Magus Slayer is actually a pretty good choice, especially if you have Magus. The reason being is you have to do 2 bosses plus Magus, and that can turn into a lot of experience points and catch you up. So if you are feeling behind and you have access to this, consider doing this. It's definitely worthwhile to do. None of the chests are in Chrono Sanity normally, so you don't have to worry about that. I mean, it is extra loot. Okay. So we fight Magus in Magus's castle. This is now, whenever you find Magus outside of Magus Castle, this is the North Cape version of Magus, so it's not the normal one you fight in his castle. So just know he's not going to do... You don't need the Masamune. You don't need to worry about that. You can just go as is. So we're getting close to our last techniques, which is actually really nice. But as you can see, we're like level 48. We're almost there to... Typically, in normal settings, we'll leave it like level 50 for our scaling. And the other thing we also like to do is typically use a penalty for when you're getting higher, because by that time, it'll slow down enough, you'll still hit level 50, so... Don't worry about, like... You will reach max level. If you're rushing it and you get a lot of stuff going really well for you, sure, you can reach things well before level 50, but it may be a lot more difficult. Okay. Depending on who your party is, you know, you can wait to distribute your tabs. I mean, it's up to you how you use them. It's not going to make or break the game. It's just going to... Whoever uses it is going to get a boost, is essentially the case. So like in this case, if I really wanted to, I could give it to Chrono because he has a super powerful lightning. So let's do that. It could be beneficial for Magus because, you know, he has Fire Whirl and stuff going on with Ayla, or like Blaze Kick. But let's do that. It's up to you. It's not going to break the game. So we're deciding to roll with this group. Speed tab investments, I would say, definitely be more cautious of. You don't know if you're going to be using a Luca, Robo, you know, Marl. Well, mostly Luca and Robo, you know, need that speed investment. Just be aware that, you know, usually normally characters who cannot come to Magus Castle will not have a person there, but there is still an encounter there. So still avoid it. Okay, Nizbel. So again, you know, if you have good old Magus, Iron Orb him. In fact, before you even lower his defense, you can Iron Orb him. You can blurb him if you want to get that started. I highly recommend doing those sort of things on someone like Nizbel. I mean, I don't believe Retinite is impacted by poison, so... So this is why, if you notice the damage, this is why you pay attention to like how much MP something costs. Everything in the randomizer. His lightning is almost 24 MP. It's pretty much typically as high in standard setting as you can get. Oh, Phone has mentioned that you can poison Retinite. They did it the other day, so good. He's undead and he will get poisoned. Thank you, Phone, for that. So yes, pay attention to your techs, your tech damage, and how much MP things, because yes, even lightning can be ridiculously powerful. A water can be ridiculously powerful. And so magic tab investments is actually really, really good. Look at tailspin damage, you know, magic tab on Ayla is going to be really, really good. It's going to be way more powerful to put it on her than even on Luca or Magus for a fire whirl, you know. Okay, so typically when you have Magus, you can take the Grand Stairway, which immediately gets you to Magus. But we're going to go through the normal way. We'll make sure to try to do as many skips as we can, because we did say we'll go through this and kind of help guide you. Luckily, this first area is all flames, so we luck out here. So you don't have to worry too much about that. So this part, you know, it's the good old guillotine. Just don't get chopped in half, guys. Okay. So here, you know, just stand here and he'll go right through. You don't have to climb down the ladder. You can just stand still and they'll go right past you. Doesn't matter who's trying to sneak up on you. That's it. Okay, so this is the other reason why we wanted to do this. So typically what I do here, let's see if I can do this without messing it up, is go down here, you know, stick to the top wall. Now this is, now this part, if I remember correctly, go to here, like this third guy here. Okay, and then what we're gonna do, so I usually go to look at the diamond shapes on the floor. Like I go to 1, 2. I might be a little too low, so go a little bit up, go to the right, and then up. So just a little bit above that second one gets you to it. So like I said, it's like, look at these diamond shapes. I went up 1, 2. I think that's a little too low because I think there's a trap like right there. So you got to go just a little bit more up and then up and to the right. This part is harder for me. I end up usually having to get these encounters. It's very, you can squeeze by them, but I'm usually not that great at it. I'll be honest. Same thing with these guys. Stand, and they'll go run right through you. So these guys are my bane. I have to know this a bit better, but you can squeeze past these guys. The one part I do know that's a little bit that can get you there is like if you have more characters, right? Just have them walk through those characters a little bit, and then you can get past them like that. So like, there we go. So I squeezed past him. I held in up at the right time. Sometimes I try to go too fast and I run into him. Unfortunately, you have to do this gauntlet. That's the only one downside, is you have to do this. But luckily, we have some Octo Riders here. So knowing enemies too. So if you do enemy shuffle, some of the knowing your enemies really pays off. Octo Riders, they're silly to have in here because they're in, but they do nothing. They have no script, guys. A little hint for you. They can't hurt you. You only hurt them. So yeah, so you can see why having Magus, so far all the stuff I just went through, skipped. You don't have to do the Aussie fight. You're golden. Okay, so this, simply hug the wall. You can hug, usually I hug the right wall. It's usually a lot easier this way because then you can get the chest. And then as you're going up, just hold in up and right. Just hold it in and you'll skip this last battle. You might trigger, you'll trigger it, but you'll go, you might trigger it, but you may not. But you can go through it even if you do trigger it. Just don't panic and just hold in up and right and you'll skip it. Everyone knows the good old Aussie fight. Hopefully. Okay. Magus fight is going to be really easy for us. Even with Magus, Magus knows a shortcut. If you wanted to, you can go back to the castle entrance, you know. If you do use the Magus shortcut, and say you do go to Grand Stairway, that's a good way to get like a couple of the chests, is go back to the Throne of Defense and grab these chests, grab the save point, and then go to Magus. So you can go and get those couple of chests right after you take the shortcut. So do that. So as you can see, like CTRando layer actually probably ended up being a little quicker, right? Than this, only because I took the long way. If we did the shortcut, probably around the same time, I would think. So we're good. We got the counterattacks going. See, again, so the great thing with poison, it always does a set percentage damage. So don't sleep on it. Whenever you can use it, use it. Yes, and we already had 12,000 BC, but it'll give you the prompt again if for 12,000 BC has been added. Okay, so again, that was another way to 12,000 BC. Let's go back. And do our snail stop. We're doing 100%, so we're going to go through all of this. As we saw earlier, you know, we saw this but never bought it. So we know he has the best tools in town. We have the Masamune, we have Frog. And now we have the tools. Okay, so let's go to chorus. So with him, you just have to go to this residence and pay him, and it's done. There you go. And I think you can just... Ba-da-ba-bum. Oops, not 600. Oh, correct. Never mind. So I was thinking of up here. So there's, you don't need to come up here if you don't want to. I would say, because a lot of these encounters are forced, so we won't go through them. But I did say 100%. So once we get Charge Pendant, we'll come through here, or we can just clear the enemies out now. Forgot Lizard Dactyl. Absorbs lightning. The other thing too here is you can't run away. So that's the one downside here. Is you got to do these fights. And depending on who you roll here, they could be super annoying. Is he not going to turn around? Interesting. So it looks like there's an issue with this enemy currently. This blue shield will not turn around. So we probably won't go through this for the sake of that. But anyways, seal chests, check them here. You could have a key item pop up in Chrono Sanity. So do those if you want. I would agree, Phone. It's probably specific to Northern Ruins. Okay, so if you want to go clear that area out, and get those chests, and then you can come back to 600 and finish it. Yes, it is probably gold skeleton related. Gold skeletons are the craziest enemies in the game. And yes, Northern Ruins is a little weird and how some of the chests work. So mostly if you're coming here, look for this and then the sealed chests for the chronosanity checks. So you should only have to do those couple encounters and be on your merry way. So we got the Sunstone. So Sunstone is only going to be useful after not Chrono Trial, after the King's Trial. But even then, it is not a normal like key item check. It's an extra additional item. So you don't even have to worry about that. But there you go. There's your key item check in there. So all you have to do is stay in 600, do those things, go in there, turn it in. But if you want to go to, you know, can go to 1,000, check the chest, go to 600, check the sealed chest for Chrono Sanity only. Otherwise, Northern Ruins is actually quicker than you may think. So there we go. We did that. And now you thought I was going to 12,000, didn't you? I keep teasing you guys about it. But we're going to do Chrono Trial. Because we're going to full clear this. Now, Chrono Trial... There's a couple ways to do it. So the first way is to do it, you know, knock on the door, fight your way through it with your solo character, or let yourself get to the point where you're executed and whoever is going to save you. We'll do this this way, just because we can start from here to the finish instead of going like halfway through and backtracking. The reason why you would likely do this the other way is, one, you can get your character, or like do it the other way where the character rescues you, is one, you don't want to go through all this extra stuff, or two, you want to have an extra character to do all these checks. So it's not like you have to go solo in this. Just know that it is an option to do either or. It typically saves time. If you don't need the items as well, you may want to skip all this. But if you need the items, do all this. These are usually not part of Chrono Sanity, so Do not worry about doing these extra checks if you need, if you're worried about that. Unless you really want to, but these can get missed, so. But the extra 4 chests here, you know, the extra chests here and there, very helpful. So we also brought the wallet. We're going to try to stay level 50. We tried to give ourselves as much of a penalty in experience points as we can. Welcome, Sunpunk. You've never seen that guy hit anyone? Usually you kill him by the time he can hit someone. Usually he has a better chance with mortal blow. Is through his script. So the tip here, there's no real tip here when you're doing enemy shuffle. I charge in blindly and try to attack them. Some sprites, they just don't turn left and right, so you can't tell if they're looking your way. So don't try to torture yourself unless it's absolutely necessary. Saving Fritz will unlock the shop, a new shop there, where the Fritz shop. Plus, if you have Chrono, you get your 10 mid-ethers. So if you have Chrono, there's another extra bonus in store for you. So we got lucky there. No extra encounters we needed to take. There's one chest down here if you really want it. And then the question becomes, when do you stop checking chests? And that's completely up to you. So say you have your equipment that you feel comfortable with going into when you're thinking about fighting Lavos. If you have enough restorative items, whether that's MP restore and HP restore or just MP restore, some way to heal you already have accomplished, those sort of stuff. If you feel powerful enough, then you don't need to start get all the chests. Like if you have enough money to buy your way through, don't worry about getting all these chests. But all these chests are here. You can get a ton of them. So the key thing to note with Chrono Trial is if there was no character there, Chrono's mom would have been there, and you need Luca in order to do Chrono Trial. So either you don't need an additional character, or you need Luca and an additional character. So, because you can't go in with Luca solo. You need one character plus Luca if it's Chrono's mom. Okay, so again, get used to coming to the tech area to examine your character to know what they have before you get into like any major fights or anything. So you're not blindsided by what they do and how they perform. Again, same as vanilla, you can get your 5 mid tonics here if you need them. If you're low on mid tonics, you're coming up to a boss fight, so might as well, right? Always create a second save point here. Do not overwrite your main save point. If Ret Knight is here, for instance, I'm out of luck. Mud Imp being here is actually okay with our current chrono setup. But Mud Imp could be a nightmare for these two if they were just pure physical. But we do not have physical chrono, we have mage chrono. So that's good news for us. And the reason being is you can just force magic damage on Mud Imp, and he's done. High magic damage on single target magic damage on Mud Imp is always the best way to get rid of him. If your multi-target damage is still really good, it's still worthwhile to just do high magic damage in general. So this chest can be a chrono sanity check. That's the only one reason to do prison. It usually is not, and I think updated files may not have it in there. But it usually is a chrono sanity check. Cool. So then Robo gets us access to the factory and Genodome. Robo is also necessary for Sunken Desert to be completed. In order for Sunken Desert to be completed, you also need Luca. So that is also another, we have to go pick her up. So we're going to pick up the rest of our characters. So we had the pendant. So what the characters need at the Lean Square checkpoint, we'll start with Chrono. Chrono needs Bike Key. Luca needs Gate Key. Marl needs Pendant. Frog needs Hero Medal. Robo needs Seed. Ayla needs Dreamstone. And Magus needs Ruby Knife. So those are the items necessary in order to recruit this person here if they appear at Lean Square. So make sure to always notate that in the back of your head and be like, okay, I need this for this person, especially if they're required for something, for a check somewhere, you know? And so the reason we're going to pick up Luca is because we'll need her for Sunken Desert anyway. And we need her for the Moonstone. We also get another key item here. There we go. So we have everybody. So with Marl and Luca also can roll physically as well, meaning they scale their attack with hit, and their hit actually scales up per level. Is pretty much what it is. Like, hit always has been the thing that increases their attack, but now their hit is increased per level. But Marl gets a new move called Arrow Hail, so it's a physical attack on all. Always look out for her ice, because her ice can be really good. You can roll her with haste all instead of just haste, and then sometimes you could re-roll her with re-raise instead of life 2. Luca can also roll physical techniques, so like flame toss, you know, Here we go. It rolls off of her her weapon damage instead, but it still deals like fire magic damage, and same with her. So Flame Toss, Napalm, and Mega Bomb are the three that are are calculated physically and apply on-hit effects from your weapon. Her Protect can be Protect All as well, so that's another addition to that character change. And as we saw, Magus can do dual techs with his Ice 2, Fire 2, Lightning 2. So be on the lookout for those. So if you have a good Fire 2 on Magus and not on Luca, and you have dual techs like, Fire Tackle, Blaze Kick, maybe you use your Magus over your Luca. Okay, so we got the seed. So as you can see, if we had got this earlier and everything, we would have been in a better spot to do Aerostome. And this happens all the time, so no worries there. But what we can't do is we can't go to 2300 AD from here, but we can get it from the end of time, but we don't have Light Key access. So instead of going to Aerostome to just get the key item, we are finally going to go to 12,000 BC. Mount Woe is also a great place to do, especially if you have it as a check. This is where your last village portal is. We'll go there in a little later to get flight and everything. So again, magic tabs are here. There's magic tabs to buy. We'll buy some more shelters because we're doing more than usual. So another shop here. Always check your shops. Mount Woe is super easy. You could just avoid everything. Don't forget that tab down there. The reason Mount Woe is nice is if you're kind of in mid-game, or say if you're like lacking in power, or you feel like not so great, and you want to get your techs unlocked, the Rebel are still there that are, to get you your tech points and everything, so super worthwhile to do if you feel like doing that. Blackbird is also a very good option because you have to get flight anyway. The turrets are harder to hit, but if you happen to kill a few, that can catch you up as well. Okay, so yes, so Rebel, they work just as normal. Lock all, and I did this fight just for that reason, to show they're still normal. You still have trouble hitting them, but you still get great rewards from them. Or like great TP and everything. In this case, it won't show, but because we already maxed out our techs. So if you need to go over there and get that chest, this encounter, just hug the left wall, keep hugging the left wall, go up top here, and just walk over here and go up, and then you'll be able to skip it. So that way you don't have to do that encounter. All rebels are optional, and then, just do the same thing. Come back here, but in reverse. There you go. I hug the right wall here. That just makes it easier for me to remember. Rebel to the left. couple chests up here. So Vigil Hat was a good find. So as you're getting all this gear, and while we're climbing Mount Woe, you need to always think in, like, how do I prepare for Lavos? Status protection. If you have... The biggest hindrance is usually either his one that does a random status effect or chaos. You know, chaos can really be really annoying to deal with. If it just hits you and you have to spend a turn healing. So Vigil Hats, Prism Helms, Amulets are very valuable. Sight Caps can be useful in that. And if you need to... And if you didn't see on this skip, I completely forgot to tell you guys. This skip up here, I usually hug the top wall. I think you can hug the bottom. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it's... I know top is safe. Anyways, look for status protection. Even if one person doesn't have, like, if you can get multiple people with it, 2 people with it, you're really good. You're totally fine. 1 person with it, you're still okay, because somebody can be up to do that. So this one is kind of a tricky chest because you can accidentally trigger this flame. So just try to, like, line yourself up with this rock and slowly go over there and try to open it. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you get the fight. Most of the times you shouldn't. Yes, so this fight down here, you have to fight it if you want the chests. So if you want the chests, you're gonna have to. This is the only, like, one fight up here where you're going to have to do. Okay, almost here to the top. So as you can see, there's a lot of chests here. So this is a great place to loot up, you know, if you need to get some stuff, get some levels. I love climbing Mount Woe and doing this one. It catches you up pretty decently. There's a lot that you can do. We have Hecarim. So most of the standard settings will have you with MP type as your learning order. So you learn your techs. Your most damaging ones are at the bottom, whereas your least damaging ones are at top. So if you really want to give it a whirl, you can always do random, and you can learn your techs in any order. And the other thing that it will do is shuffle your MP pool, like the MP values together, and redistribute them. So it makes it feel more balanced instead of like, so if there's like, what is there, 5, 3, 5, 20 MP moves, I could be I can't remember in vanilla because I've been playing this randomizer too much. But anyways, with those 20 MP moves, they'll be added into the pool, and you have guaranteed that many 20 MP rolls, and then the modifier of that rolls on it, whether it's usually 75% to 125% of the damage. So we got Toma's Pop. Toma's Pop used for Giant's Claw. That's same thing as vanilla. Super easy to remember. But yes, but otherwise you can set it to random. And what random does is it takes any of the MP values and you can be assigned as many times as it wants. So you can have a super powerful or not so powerful person with random. But in standard settings, MP type keeps it very balanced. A lot of the standard settings are made so it's very balanced, and it makes it easier to work with and complete the seed without too much trouble. So these news are not a check. They will still grant you an item. However, they are a phone sanity check. So if you are playing in that mode, it is also a chrono sanity check. So you don't need to do these guys unless you really, really want to, or you need to. Going to be an early night for you, Blue? Okay, sounds good. Phone Sanity is named after Phone because he wanted a mode like that, so therefore he set it up to have it extra checks, and so we just named it after him. He argues that it's Power Sanity, but we like to call it Phone Sanity. Is there a Karn Sanity? No, there is not. So this shop and the other shop up here share the same, are the same item pool. So if you check one, you don't have to check the other. So don't worry about checking the other shop if you have checked this one. Okay, so that's all that area is for. You can skip that area if you're not going to do the new fight. There's no real big reason. I should make a Karn Sanity meter? No, there's already a C Sanity. It's Chrono Sanity. So Blackbird, this is where we can use our Jets of Time to get flight. We may do that, but we're showing off that we can walk everywhere just about. Before going into Kajar, I would recommend just going to Zeal Palace. If you're just, because you do an extra check on top of things. Which is the new scratch check. And it does it's not like a key item check, but it can be a Chrono Sanity check. So it nets you an extra item. But the pendant charge is a check. So as long as you have pendant, you can come up here and get a key item. You also get scratch luck. Blue is correct. There is scratch luck when you scratch a news back. So clone. This gets us, now it gives us Death Peak access. So there's a couple other things that you can do here. Zeal has 2 more things. I mean, there's 3 more things because we were including, if you include Ocean Palace, but talk to this girl with the sapling. She'll unlock Sunken Deserts, so you can do that. You can also talk to her in the Commons if you forgot to talk to her here, and she will unlock Sunken Deserts for you. The other thing you can do here, so I do not have Charge Pendant, right? Another benefit to having Magus is he just will open this door for you. So if you have Magus and Ruby Knife, you can go through Ocean Palace. Otherwise, you need Charge Pendant and Ruby Knife to go through Ocean Palace. And the reason why we want to do Throne Room is Atropos. We found her, you know, do another mid-boss. And now we can finally power up Robo. So as you can see, the tracker is getting full. We're getting close to doing more of like 100%, right? So as we can see, we get the dialogue. It's permanently upgraded his speed and magic defense, speed by 3, magic defense plus 10. If you are using Robo, if Atropos is easy enough to go find in these mid-boss areas, go find her. It'll save you in the long run. You can do Ocean Palace up until right before the Mammon Machine area, so you can do all the way up and then without the Ruby Knife, all up till then until the Mammon Machine. So we could dive in there, but we don't have it, so we won't go do it right now. So now that we've done this Zeal Palace, we'll go and do the other town, which again is not a key. It's not a key item check. There is a phone sanity check, which is the rock there, you know, that you usually get. So the books. In this case, it's just a mid-ether, but that can be a phone sanity or chrono sanity check. Don't forget your tab here. And then your good luck scratch. I mean, like I said, even this could be a chrono sanity check, so... Okay. So now we have to ask ourselves, do we want to get flight now, or do we realistically walk? The things that we can check are Death Peak, which is a key item check and a character check, but we have all characters, so no characters there. We can go turn in, so we have two key item checks we can do for sure, which is the trial, or like the first part of the trial, the Guardia basement, where we can check what the prism shard is, and then Death Peak. Those are our two guaranteed spots that we can do, and we can do Sunken Desert is our third one, because we just unlocked that. So again, let's keep this to where we're doing things without it. So another reason why we're showing off this particular thing is because you can start off with no epic or anything. Plus, it also shows you how much of the world can be still accessed without flight. Flight makes it 100 times easier, as you can imagine. But since we're here, we can do Sunken Desert. So Sunken Desert, it's pretty easy to avoid all the things. It's kind of a little wonky because, you know, the sand moves, so hopefully I don't get into this first encounter, but usually if you go up top a bit, go to the right and just kind of go down this side as best you can. And yeah, stay kind of like in between the left and middle, with the middle encounter being a flame You're all set. You can, and that's it. You just skipped the entire Sunken Desert enemy encounters. Okay, we have Zombor. So Retinite will usually be, or Retinite will be the little middle guy, right? The little small guy that looks like a small son of Sun. Zombor will be the top half of Zombor, essentially. So that's how you can distinguish them from the two. The recommendation here, especially if you don't have people with high magic defense, is kill the top one first rather than the bottom. As Retinite or as Zombor scales up, his move Doom, 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 Doom is very potent. And so if you don't have a lot of magic defense, it hurts. And it can be a bit shocking if you're not ready for it. So as you can see, like with the wallet, I've made sure that everybody is not getting experience points. So the thing is, you can set your level cap, and we've set it to 50 in this case. So usually you cannot gain another level at all. There's like no way you can. Normally, but because you still technically get experience, you can still kind of break the level cap a bit. Like you can get to 51, maybe 52. So, but as you can see, like if you do this, it makes it a lot easier to get all the items. Make sure Robo's in the party. Pretty much like vanilla. And then you just have to make sure Luca's in the party for it when you go retrieve him. So, and Luca has to be in the front of the party, so... You do go and save her mom's legs. You can still gotta do that. Laura, L-A-R-A. And the other thing we can do is seed. We can turn into seed to get another key item. Okay. So with Moonstone, we actually do need flight for that check. So we can't do anything about that right now. So it is getting to the point where flight is going to be almost a complete necessity. So we'll do Guardia Basement. We can do the Seed and Death Peak as well, like in the same near around the same time. And remember, infinite shelters here if you are needing them. Chests are still upgradable. The ones that are like in 600 AD, if you check it first with the charge pendant and then come back in 1000 AD, you can get the upgraded version. So don't forget that. It's also, you know, in Truce Inn, you know, they're upgradable. And then like the Mayor's House, they're upgradable. So don't forget about those. Like if you find Sunshades, they can upgrade to Prism spec. So there's a little bit uniqueness to the randomizer in that regard. Like a sight cap could be become a Vigil hat. Okay. So basement opens up. And you can see, so you can do this with any character. Like you can get all these chests. Race log pretty much does nothing. It does nothing. You don't need it for anything. So far, it's just there to be there. So you can preview this key item if you don't have Marl. So only Marl can take the ruby knife. So that's all you need her for. Usually if you wait a little bit there, you can line up and go hug the right wall for that encounter skip. You just have to time it. You'll see. Don't be too hasty with it, and you should get it every time. So we can't do Chrono Trial or not King's Trial until we get the Prism Shard. So that's not available just quite yet. But those are free items to get. So that is kind of nice if you do get that early. Even if you don't have Marl, you can still check all of those. Okay. So we have the Seed and then Death Peak. And then we still got to do Factory because we said we're going to 100% it. And Guardia Forest is pretty easy. I never did mention the skips, but they're pretty easy because you can just hug the walls, just kind of skirt around it. I forgot we were going over to this way to get to the future. So if I did have Bike Key, we could have gone the other way to Protodome and done it that way. Luckily, we've seen Lab 16. So we don't need to worry too much about this. for encounter skips. So yes, once you get the seed, yes, you do have to come back into Airstone, but I mean, it's super easy. It's just that. Once you walk down here, he gives you what you need. So he gave me the Masamune 2, the upgraded version. So as you can see, Bucket is unlocked after our 4th objective, which means if we go to End of Time, we can go fight Lavos, and we're done if we wanted to be. And that would be it. And yeah. So there is some when we go to Death Peak, it is an early Death Peak can actually be extremely good. You may think, oh, it's Death Peak, but the reason why it's good is because you fight the same boss 3 times and it levels you up really quick. And so those extra levels can get you a really good start, so you can start rushing things a lot easier. So if you can get to a Death Peak pretty early, you probably should go to Death Peak. You should probably make sure you can handle it too. This encounter skip, if you go, oh, I went a little too far to the right. I don't think they'll spawn back, but it's basically, it's like right around here or something. You can just go up. Let me see if they spawn back to see if we can try this again. So right there, and then you can go up. There's a chest over there as well, so let's grab it really quick. But that's the encounter skip there. You just kind of got to get close, and then move up. So it's not too bad. It's just don't get greedy and go too far. So one chest there. This one, it's all about timing. So if you're good at, like, you know, watching them, you can kind of weave your way through. I missed that one a lot, so yeah. And it's the same thing with this one. Like if you're good at like reading patterns or maybe even understanding when to go, you can avoid that one. You can take your time and kind of feel it out, because since they go all at different rates, but they all go in a kind of pattern, you should be able to find out. Hug the left wall here to avoid this encounter, and you get to see your boss. You have to fight him 3 times, so 3 times you get to fight Guardian. So as you can see, like, magic damage is hurting Chrono a lot. And so this is why Volt Bite is not worth it. Like, it only does 2 times Cat Attack. We already see Lightning is doing about 3,000 damage, right? So it's kind of a big sink. So even though it's a dual tech that is super powerful in its own, is it MP efficient? Not necessarily. So Death Peak has some items, so you can consider them for Chrono Sanity. But there is definitely one key item at the last chest in this area. In any setting. Well, Chrono Sandy's special. Doesn't have to be in that. But yes. Okay, so hug the top wall here. And you're pretty much fine to skip that encounter. There is an encounter there that you want to skip. I hug the right wall here. And you'll skip that encounter. So all these are skippable. So just make sure to hug the walls. And this one's a top again. No encounter. You're safe. And then remember, when you're coming out of here, go to the left. Okay, and then as this guy drops, I mean, don't freak out about it when he drops. You'll see, if you remember from Vanilla, just go to the right and you should be fine. Just as long as you don't go too high up, you won't hit the encounter. Something special with this one, I paused it, is you can run away from it. So say if you don't want to, so say I'm max level, right? I'm gonna run away from it. This is this second encounter you don't have to do, so it won't increase your scaling. You don't get any extra XP, so maybe you're low on shelters, or you don't want to fight it, or spend the time sink, or don't need it. Totally fine. This encounter skip, it's a lot harder with birds, so if it's raining birds, just be careful. There's no really easy way to put it. It's very hard to avoid them all. But otherwise, just go with the flow. You should be fine. I think there's an encounter there. I always forget, but I just go straight down anyway. And that's pretty much Death Peak encounters. Get this last chest, and you'll be good to go. Yeah, so see that, as you notice with this randomizer is sometimes, I mean, even Magus was taking a ton of damage, right? I mean, we don't have bad armor. We don't have bad stats. We're max level, they're max level. That they hurt more than you would think. Okay. So the sprites can be a little funny here. You can usually tell when it's good. But yeah, here's your key item. Don't forget that this is the key item. So our second jerky. Now the second jerky isn't going to yield us a key item, but there's a couple things you can do there. You can turn it in and check to see what item you do get from the captain and leave, so you don't have to fight that boss. Or if it's an objective, you do have to fight the boss on Xenon Bridge. We might do something like Xenon Bridge after we get flight. We might do a couple things after we get flight, because we're getting to the point where it's probably going to be... We're probably going to need it. It's going to make our lives easier. But as you can see, we almost filled out... We filled out a ton of things. Without having to worry about getting flight. In fact, we got enough objectives. We could go to end of time, and we could have finished the game without ever getting flight. So, we could go do factory if we wanted to, but we're going to go ahead and just get flight. We've kind of proven our point. Okay, so this is the normal portal to get there. If you also go through Ocean Palace, you can get to this area as well, right after the Lavos fight. And you can choose to fight that Lavos or not. So the tab behind... the tab behind this new is usually not a check, so you're safe to not use it. So say if you have all this extra stuff, feel free to sell it if you don't need it. If you're like, nah, I don't need a dash ring, I don't need all this stuff. Feel free to sell all of it. Stock up on things as you see fit. Do I really need to have like everything here? No. If you equip everything, you're pretty much golden, but we're just going to leave it as is. We have more than enough elixirs, mega elixirs to survive Lavos. Let's say if you really did want to sell everything, be like, I want to pump up magic on Chrono. I want to get a ton of power tabs. Sure, let's get magic tabs. Maybe we could boost up Magus's magic with those tabs. Why not? You know? So as you're getting closer to the end of the game, you're like, okay, what can I use my money for? Let's just use it for stuff like this. Not all places will, not all the time will you see tabs being sold. Also, this check back here, not a Chrono Sanity check, so you don't have to worry about trying to force this new to move. But if you want to, you can keep trying. And we got lucky that time. So, again, in comments, if you talk to this person, this lady over here with the sapling, she'll unlock Sunken Desert if you didn't do it in Zeal Palace. So make sure to do that. North Cape is a character check, but it is also a boss fight. So you do have to fight a boss in order to get this character. There is no character here because we already have all our characters. So it's our series. The one thing with our series, they won't start counterattacking until 2 are dead. So feel free to go and do like big AoEs like this a couple of times in order to knock them down. So usually if a character's here, they'll pop up first before the boss. If there's no character there, the boss just says, hey, how's it going? What you up to? Yeah. And then if you want to, you can get captured by Dalton here, or you go to the epic boss. We're doing 100%, so you know what that means. You know what that means. So usually if you have Ayla, a good place to put her is in the middle. There's two strategies you can go with here. We're going to do kind of the normal strategy, but we're also going to mention the other strategy. One strategy is to basically leave your top person. Doesn't matter what you do with this. Okay, leave it there. Unequip everything on your other characters, or like, you know, give them terrible stuff, and then just go get the items and re-equip them. And then if you lose all, and if you don't get, you won't lose the equipment, right? Because it'll come back to you at the end of the Blackbird sequence, so you don't have to worry about it. But that is a strategy, is just equip your people with the lowest equipment, go get the items, re-equip them, and move on. But for the sake of doing this normally, so if you want to, if you feel like, okay, let's go take a look at what we've gotten ourselves into. We can look down here and see who the bosses are. So we got double mutants. Yes. So this particular area will at least give you an idea of who you're going to fight. So we got double mutant trouble here. But after you come, so Giga and Mega. So we have Giga and Mega. Let's hope Vic is right. Anyway, after you come from the top, come up here, just the routing is, if you don't know it, just come up this way. Come into this room. This check right here, you're always going to do. You're always going to get this one first. Where it deviates in paths is if you want to get your items first. If you feel this character is sufficient enough with the enemies there, you go up here and say, I want to get my items, which are down there in the room right below me, directly south of me. So, and then you get your items, you re-equip, and you can leave if you want, and if you don't want money. Let's say you got your items, go back over this way, and you want to get your next person's equipment. Usually the easiest path is right over here. So just go down one, and as soon as you can make a turn, you go here. You just got to fight these two. Okay. And there you go. So if you have Ayla, she may not have all her equipment back, but she can still contribute to fighting, right? As soon as you enter the exit this door, just don't move, and then it won't trigger the fight. If for some reason you really want a ton of experience points, there's 6 enemies in here, and they can give you, if you have good AoE, it's 6 of those enemies we just fought. So we can show it off, right? We might as well. So see, there's 6. Having 6 enemies in a fight is really good. So for some reason, you can do that. So we'll just get a ton of money, or we'll just get money for it, but that can be a good spot if you really want some extra XP. After you do that, you can come up here to get the money, or go to the up to the top right to get the equipment. I'm going to get the money because we have Ayla. Now, depending on if you just spent all your money, you don't need to come and get it, right? You can just ignore this fight. The one thing is that your money will not return at the end of Blackbird. So once you come up here, you have to do this fight. And your last person's equipment is here. So it can be a little bit of a long bout, which makes the other method potentially more attractive to do because it's shorter. Go get your items and leave, you know, sort of thing. But now that we got everybody's back, we got items back. It's actually easier if you do this. So there's the encounter skip here is kind of hard. You kind of want to be a little, you know, not in the center, but a little to the left of the center of the conveyor belt. And you just want to go straight up and you'll skip this one. Like that. So skip that encounter. So get your items back from here. Once you get your items back, you can then go and save and shelter and save. So that's how you get everything back. Now, if you're like, okay, well, we just saw 2 mutants. I'm scared, which I am scared. You just go back up this way. This is the shortest way. You don't have to fight anything. It's the sneaky way to get back to the save point. It's not too much of a hassle. And always, 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 when you're in something like prison, Blackbird, in a place where you are forced to do this, save in your second slot. Save in an additional slot. Don't save over your main save file. What if it happened to be ret night and you needed water? That's going to be a terrible, terrible day. You're going to have to restart or something. Go to the top. If you want to, I mean, you can get the tab here if you really want to. Apparently it was worth it in this case. But otherwise, let's get out of here. So this is the other area too. If you feel confident enough, like say you're Marl and Luca who have scaled with hit and have a lot of hit, maybe they can actually take out some of these turrets. If you feel like you want to get some extra tech points, go fight the turrets. Most of the time, usually not worth it. It's usually very difficult to So we see Chaotic Zone, right? Okay, if we were below level 30, Chaotic Zone actually becomes a single target rather than an AoE to help give your team a chance, because maybe you haven't found status immunity yet and you're struggling a bit and you don't have a sight cap, you don't have anything to prevent it, right? That would feel very bad. So instead, it does a single target one. So it's not as bad. And as always, it's not CTRando, it's the Rando Dalton Imperial. All right, there we go. Should be wrapping that up. There we go. So we've completed 5 objectives. Usually we leave 5 objectives. 1999, crash the epic, right? Because by that time you've done a ton of stuff. You really should be ready for Lavos at that point. So now we have flight. It does unlock some things like this is useless, so we don't need to worry about it. And then this is just a portal, but now we have access to Black Omen. So we could always do Black Omen. But now the trick here is, so we're in this side of 12,000. I can warp to the original 12,000 BC by selecting it and warping to it again. This is a tip that may not be apparent, but yeah, so to switch between the two, like, see, I can select 12,000 BC again, so just select it again, and I can flip between the last village and regular Zeal. So you're not locked out. You can just, and you don't have to go through a portal. You can directly fly to it. So again, flying is very, very good. So once you get flight, you unlock 2300 AD. And it's as simple as that. So 2300 AD access, you can get it if you open Keeper's Dome as well, but you only warp to Keeper's Dome. So there's almost no point in having that type of access. But now with flight, we can access additional places. Oh, we did do this. We did do the seed check. Okay, so I mean, what flight really unlocks is we got good old Sun Palace. Sun Palace is always a nice little place to do for a quick boss. So if you need quick experience points, quick something, here you go. Here's the place. So depending on how you want your experience points, I mean, usually slash to save. So depending on also your equipment, like, so say if you have all shadow absorption, guess what? Attacking Ozzy might actually be the easiest approach because his counterattack is shadow damage, right? Otherwise, these two do fire damage. So if you have fire absorb, go ahead and do that instead. Do not underestimate their counterattack, so don't go in there all willy-nilly, especially like with lower levels or anything. I mean, 271 is still a respectable amount of damage, right? As soon as you kill Flea or Slash, it becomes a lot easier. You can, at this point, just switch to Ozzy if you'd like, because he can no longer counterattack, so. So quick boss and a quick key item check. It's super nice. So hero medal, again, the only thing that will do is move the person away from the Cursed Woods key item check. So you can do that. So since we're here, we might as well do Genodome. You shouldn't need Robo in your party. So, but you can immediately skip the conveyor battles. As long as you have Robo recruited, you're safe. As far as it goes, you have to do this encounter over here. Don't forget to do it before you bring your buddy over here, the robot buddy. As far as encounter skip, there's not really actually a lot. A lot of it has been taken out, so you don't have to worry too much about Genodome. That's like the one encounter you pretty much have to do. So turrets are all flames, so you no longer have to worry about those. Make sure to grab your chest. Oop, I am electrified. So make sure, you know, grab your thing, wait for it for a little bit, you know, maybe run right over here, dawdle a little bit. Don't forget your tab spawns here. That's for a chrono sanity check. So the only tricky thing with Genodome is pretty much making sure to get all your checks, chrono sanity checks here, as well as just the length of it can get a little tedious. So yes, if I left that gate down, we could have skipped that encounter. So 2 chests in here. Okay, and this trick can be a little bit precise, but at the same time, it may not be with practice. You can skip it without having to reverse the conveyor. It's just the timing on this is pretty tight. And like if you get caught up a little bit like I have been, you're not going to make it, but you can technically make it here if you're good enough. So just know that you can make that, but if you're like me and you mess it up more often than not, you just got to go the normal way. Don't forget this tab. It's right here. And the flame here is nice because we don't have to do the encounter. Now here's the trickiest one, right? If you guys don't know or didn't remember, there's a tab like right here. Do not, if you're doing chrono sanity, do not forget that. That is in the pool of key items for that. Okay. So now it'll be super easy. So it can be harder with, you know, the flying enemies. And then if you guide it good enough, it can clip through here. So you can just bring it over here so you don't have to go all the way around. go. Now with this mid-boss fight, yes, it is still 1 versus 1. So make sure you have the character you want to 1v1 it. Chest down here. Yeah, if you know, so since mid bosses are shuffled, you may know who's already going to be here if you are keeping track. So you can prep for it a little bit easier. Make sure to jump up and get this switch because there's also, a tab and a chest here. And then if you need to, so see that encounter, you have to purposely initiate. So don't worry about that for that skip too much. Like I said, Genodome is very chill with the encounters in Rando Dalton Imperial, so you don't have to worry too much about that. You already got enough to worry about in Genodome. Don't forget this chest. So see, you have to force this one and you have to force this one too. And yes, so this spot, they're very glowy. All right, Flea is down. So there's the bike key. So in lab 32, we'll walk through it just to show everything is, the flames are the most important things, right? They block quite a few encounters. One thing to note with this encounter right here, there's 5 enemies here and they're pretty clustered up and usually they're smaller, but this is a great spot to potentially farm in So, or like if you want to get quick experience points, it's actually not a bad spot. Any place with like 5 enemies is pretty good. So like you have lab 16 and lab 32. So if the future does have some good access to spots like that. Even lab 32 before you get the bite key. So in this encounter, just go top side. Super easy. So see, and then you would just exit here. Johnny, defeat Johnny in a race is an objective. So yeah. There we go. So any objectives past your last one that you get. So we crashed the epic into the crash epic into lavas. Are kind of like a moot point. So the reason why you can have 8 is for diversity. But you can also change it and modify it to where you may have to do 8. It depends on it's your journey. You can do it however you want. So now with flight, we can finish the moonstone. So with moonstone, you still have to put it into 65 million BC. And then you don't have to go to 1,000. You don't have to do any of that. You just go directly to 2300, and then you're pretty much set. But you have to have Luca, so switch to Luca really quick, and you're all set. So Bent Hilt. So now that we have Bent Hilt, Bent Sword, and Dreamstone, just like in Vanilla Game, we can reforge the Masamune. And guess what? That gets us another key item. So we only have 2 key items left. And guess what? Giant's Claw and Forged Masamune are the 2. So yeah, you still get a couple items here. Yeah, we haven't forged Masamune, so because I think that's the trigger for the next item for her. But you have to have Luca or Robo, and he'll tell you. So this is just a key item check. It could be also an objective. But what's nice about it is it's kind of free. I mean, you still need 3 key items, but it's no boss. And maybe if you got lucky, you were able to get these really quick. See, we made the Prism Shard. And so Charge Pendant is at Giant's Claw. And there we go. We unlock Giant's Claw. And Giant's Claw can be very quick, so if you have Thomas Pop, could be a really good thing to just dip into there. So, because we went to, if you go to CTRando Fortress, these are empty if you come here, and then if you come here first, CTRando Fortress will be empty instead. So they're linked. So just notate that. So one thing here is I'll just switch to Marl because we know we're gonna have to use her really quick. Or sorry, not with Chrono. I think I'm gonna do this because we have to use her for the trial, and I want to make sure she has oh, I just want to make sure she has her techniques. And so that chest, I don't think you can escape the fact that you have to fight these guys. I mean, you can escape, I believe, but you know, you can't escape. You can't avoid the encounter. And the only reason you would get this chest in particular would be to for Chrono Sanity. So get that one. This one is luckily a flame, so you don't have to worry about that. Don't have to get this chest, but if it is, and then Giant's Claw, L, left, lefties, always lefties. When you're here, lefties. Get the tab here. So this could be a check, you know? And like these can be checks because they're not in there. So hug this bottom wall so you don't get the encounter there. I usually hug the wall over there, and I was a little bit more reckless, but the left wall, there are encounters in here, and we're avoiding them. Luckily, I don't think there's any encounters right over here, so we're safe. And so when you get here, well, the sprites are a little messed up, but like there's the encounter in the middle, so don't go in the middle. Just go towards the left. And you could just drop. Go to the left first if you're in Chrono Sanity. Why? There's a chest here. Make sure you get that one. Don't worry if you drop the guys. Here's your rubbles in case you need a couple of those for some tech points. We already got this chest, so you don't need to worry about it. And then make sure to get up and get the tab. All right. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. So we have Ret Knight. So if you want maximum experience points, you can always try killing them all at once. But if you're having trouble and you just need to win, don't worry about like having to do that, essentially. Because, you know, priority is to win. You don't want to just die. All right, we've got Ret Knight out of the way. Now our only big obstacle would be Son of Sun. And there we go. We finished our last objective, as well as Pendant Charge. So that's our last key item. Okay, so again, Xenon Bridge. It can be really quick if you're like, okay, turn it in, and then if you just need the item, or if you want to check the item, leave at this point, essentially. You don't even have to do the fighting. But if it's an objective, you have to do all the fighting. So say you're like, oh, okay, I got the full ether. Okay, I'm out of here. Otherwise, you have to fight whatever's here. Yeah, so if you're like opening everything like I am, I mean, to see how there's plenty of stuff. I stole an Omega Elixir and found one as a drop, right? So from Zeal, but even if we didn't, we would still have 6 Mega Elixirs, which is more than enough. Plus, you know, you could buy more, you could buy additional stuff. So you have more than enough supplies to get through everything. We haven't seen Son of Sun. We haven't seen Dragon Tank. And we haven't seen Giga Guy. Well, we haven't seen Yakras yet either, have we? We still got a few chunks. Like, this could be Giga Guy or Dragon Tank right here. Yeah. We might end up like fighting Yakras and Black Omen. Who knows? We have Ocean Palace. And that's it of Xenon Bridge. So luckily that's a quick check, and you're kind of done. We still have... We're going to do this because it can be a little longer. We're going to do Factory because that's another quick one. This one can be... This one, it can be annoying only in Chrono Sanity, I guess you could say. Most of the time, you don't go through the right side, because there's no need for it. But with Chrono Sanity, you might have to go to there, just if there's a potential item in one of the chests. So usually there's no need to, because you already know the code, Zabby, XABY. But yeah, I mean, the hidden chest, make sure to get that. You can't go down here yet, but you can go down here. And this is why this one is a little bit of a... can be annoying. But luckily there's one chest here, but you still got to go through and you have to go through over here to still get the rest of the chests. And whether or not it's like you open this chest and then you go through and you purposely get captured, like by the claw right here, that's up to you if you want to go through all those fights. This one, for some reason, I can never remember how to skip it. I think if you time it and don't move right, you know, into them, you can skip it. Yeah, there we go. Just abuse the fact that they work around you to when you're standing still and don't trigger a fight or that. So two chests here. Make sure to get these two chests. EB, and then I think it's so I forget AX or XA, something like that. Oh, I think it might be XA. Yeah, this is a long one. I mean, if you're just popping in on this I'm going to make chapters of it. So if you're popping in on this chapter to watch Factory, no, it's been a long one, been a long video, right? But we're going to break this up into sections so that way people can reference this as needed to where they can make sure they got all the checks they had. Okay, so did that, and then that's, yeah, nothing in there, but this last chest. Okay. And that's all you needed from this is just to check those chests for Chrono Sanity. And that's pretty much it. But if you're just playing normal, you just go right directly to here to skip everything. because all you really need to do here that's of importance is unlock end of time access through Protodome by finishing factory first. So you get Robo, you come here, you do all of factory, and then Protodome's back door is open. For these skips, just go to the top and just run to the left. Don't go to the bottom. Hug the left wall, hug the bottom wall, go in the door. So those were all the skips there. Top, left, bottom. Easy, right? All right. If you are worried about the boss, you know, just go up and save really quick. But otherwise, continue forward. And if you did not know already, for the Zabby code, you know, you have to press XABY, right? But after the dialog box is gone, like if you just hold in the buttons, all 4 buttons at once, it'll just enter in the code and you're automatically and you're done. If you feel like doing that. So we got cool animations holding the door open. I recommend trying all the characters. They all have hold the door open in their own cool way, right? Okay, and then from this, we saw Nizbel 2. That's right. There we go. So yeah, have a strong enough party and you don't struggle too much at all. And we've kept them at level 50. So there we go. There's factory. Here, let's give Ayla 1 just for fun. So if you want music back, you can just enter and re-exit. So yeah, charge pendant now. You can actually get the all your sealed chest checks and you can upgrade them. Thank you. Hello, Ceresseros. We're doing a video about a guide on doing Rando Dalton Imperial. We're doing 100% walkthrough, so we're getting close to the end. We are winning. You can check the tracker. You can see how much we have left to do. You'll be watching at some. I will be putting in a chapters for any of the dungeons or anything categories to hopefully make it easier to navigate, because it's a long one. Ocean Palace, King's Trial, Omen, our left is correct. How many go modes are there? There's only the Black Omen, the Bucket, and 1999 on the Epic gauge. So that's it. You just have to complete objectives. So once you complete enough objectives, you can do you're good to go. So you don't need to worry about anything else but that. We really should have kept Magus here. The worry here is Son of Sun is here. And that's probably how it's going to go. And Hard Lavos. Hard Lavos is an additional mode if it's turned on in the settings. He's a maybe goad mode depending on how the settings are set up. Because he might be disabled in these settings that I'm doing. I'm pretty sure this is going to be Son of Sun. No, it's Terra Mutant. Even in Hard Lavos and off, it just means you have to fight all phases. That's true. That is true. That is correct. I had forgotten about that. So yes, Hard Lavos is always a go mode. It's as long as you beat him. So King's Trial, pretty simple. Just if you need to do it as an objective, do it. Otherwise, no main reason to do it at all. If you need a quick boss fight, extra experience, yeah, definitely. So Ocean Palace. So Omen is probably going to have Son of Sun. All right. Once you do finish King's Trial, if you have Sunstone, you also get the additional check here. We will be getting a Hard Lavos demonstration as well. So that's why we'll be doing Ocean Palace next. So as we noticed, these are not traditionally key item checks. So Sunstone does not yield anything. King's Trial doesn't really yield anything. So you're okay to not stress out about it unless it's an objective in standard settings. All right, let's go Ocean Palace. Oh, the other one thing I need to mark off. So we'll open up Keeper's Dome. We'll get the tab. There's a tab there. So in Chrono Sanity, that is important, right? So don't forget to check in Keeper's Dome. And so like what he does, if I did not have everything already, if I did not have flight or needed 12, if I needed access, he would have given me access to 12,000 and 2300 AD. But he did not because we already have gotten it. But yeah, that's your other access is back there. Specchio can be an objective, so tread carefully. Right before you hit a 9, you know, on your levels, you may want to go fight him before he gets too difficult. So yes, Ocean Palace requires the Ruby Knife. Once you have that, like I mentioned earlier, so we're going to go back through here. Ocean Palace will grant you Last Village access if you don't have it already. And you have the chance to fight Hard Lavos, which is, he's very difficult without the right setup if you're not prepped for it. And he usually will kill your party and you get sent to that area anyway, to Last Village. But if you do beat him, you can go directly to Lavos, as Phone has mentioned in the chat. So, yeah. Okay, so Ocean Palace checks are not normally part of Chrono Sanity. So we don't have to go into the left side. We don't have to go to that. So as far as it is concerned, we don't have to get that chest. If you really feel like it, you can. But for this, most of the time, we just go immediately to the right. If you want this chest to the right, you can. Because it's not a check, we're not going to be too worried about it. We're going to unlock this. Just go down here to avoid it. And yeah, you can get this chest. Those are the easily accessible chests. If you feel you want to check them all, you can. You can go up here to get that chest. You can go to the left to get the other chest, and to the one that we just passed by. But because they are not part of the Chrono Sanity pool, we won't get them. If you take the elevator up, you can get the tab. This is a flame, so you don't have to worry about trying to skip it. This one can be a little difficult. If you pause just in between it, you can potentially like skip this encounter if you time it well enough. If not, you gotta fight them. So but yes, if you're able to dodge them in between, sometimes it's harder with different enemy sprites, but yeah. And this one, you can either be patient, you can usually rush that too in a particular manner. If you want to, you can use that flame to get Ayla down to like 1 HP for Dino Tail strats. If you want the save point, you can get it without having to do this fight, just save really quick and go in there. And then elevator, since, you know, we have randomized enemies, or like enemy shuffled. We are definitely gonna have an interesting one. So the only ones that aren't are these two guys up top. The Jin and the Barghest. All right. And so this elevator fight can get interesting. It's usually not as bad as the original elevator fight, but it can be. There can be some interesting combinations. But I still don't think it's as bad as the original elevator fight. Okay, so with this one is hard for me to skip. I still haven't learned the entire skip. But you can go on one of the sides and you should be able to get to the switch without triggering it. But there's a method to skip this one. This one I still need to practice. So I'm not entirely sure the best method. However, it can be done. It's like you go on one side, you can hit the switch, and then you come back on the other side. So you can skip that one. For me, it's difficult. So I usually just end up having to fight them. All right. And here we go. The last the last bosses of Ocean Palace. So the dual twins, it's going to be very can be very interesting here too as well. So we have not seen Masamune or Yakra before, so this is very interesting. Okay. All right, one down. We're lucky we're super fast, so yeah. We're still level 50 phone, so don't worry about it. So what we did on purpose is somebody has the wallet equipped. So that way no one can, so we're just getting gold instead of experience points. So we're keeping it level 50 all the way through, so we're not too over leveled for lava. So we're fighting him at 50 instead of at 55 or something. So Ocean Palace can have some crazy combinations here. As far as like strategies here, man, you just got to do your best. Got to see what you have, and yeah. If the wallet can be forced on at max level cap, that would be interesting. True. If people were different levels, it may not work out as well. Okay, so hard Lavos mode, you got to take a little serious. Not too serious, but we'll just leave that as that. I suppose we're okay. So yeah, this is where you would get stopped if you did not have Ruby Knife. Once you have Ruby Knife, you can talk to the new, and then he'll jump off the way. So you can get all the way up to this point as long as you have Charge Pendant or Magus, and then come back at a later time if you really feel like going through all that. You will have to do the elevator fights again though, so you just won't have to do the twin boss fight again. So hard Lavos is like he is in vanilla, like he's buffed up to where he should be nigh unbeatable. But if you have quick enough characters, you have the items and stuff, you can get through it. If you have the power. One of the key things that you may want to prep for is speed. Speed is definitely king here. It makes it a lot more simple of a fight, you can say. Yes, having 8 megas is also super helpful. And we only had to use 1. So as you can see, like, speed was king there. We had really good modifiers. It was very easy for us with this type of party and like 2 people at max speed plus tons of resources. We had Rainbow Sword, you know, a lightning though was ridiculously powerful. You know, everybody has modifiers. So yeah, so that's hard Lavos. I can't get out of here. So what we have to do is we have to reset. So we can go finish Omen. So as you saw, that was that would give us access to Lavos, and we could beat the game. Now, your other option here is if you die or if you say no, you get taken to last village. Hard Lavos does look a ton easier when you have every item in the game. And it's definitely a lot harder than what it may seem. Okay, the only thing we have left to do. So we did forge the Masamune, right? So he gives you an item and another item. Okay, and we go to 12,000 BC. We go to Last Village, and that's where Omen is at. Now, Omen, you may wonder why we have Omen open fairly early. Even with the way it's Rando Dalton Imperial is set up, it can be a time investment because of how many boss fights you have to do. So it does take a while. It's once you go in here, you're pretty much committed. maybe not after the first boss fight. You can leave after the first boss fight. As soon as you get pretty deep into there and you commit to it, you might as well commit to it. So there's our dragon tank. We're missing a Yakra and a Son of Sun, I believe. I'm just trying to think who else we're missing. We're taking the long way out on this one. Okay. Just groove to the music is correct. When you're in Black Omen, that's what you gotta do. So luckily with the encounter skips here, not too much you have to worry about in these early rooms before the save point. Super nice because then you can reach your shelter pretty quick. It's your, you know, last minute if you need a quick speed tab for some of these panel fights. These ones you can either be patient or run away from. It's whichever way you feel you know works best for you. If you want to, be patient and like wait for them to close their eyes and try to reset the room, you can. But you can also run away. This one, I feel like you gotta go fast and just stick to the right wall, and hold up. If you don't go fast enough, usually they end up triggering, or if you like, so I had to go fast to show you guys. But yes, go towards that right wall and stick to it, and just holding up. There's nothing you can do with the elevator. Can't manipulate the RNG. Maybe you can go into the code. Who knows? But you get what you get. You get a bunch of blue imps. You get a bunch of blue imps. The one thing with Omen 2 that you have to be aware of, due to the way the enemy shuffle works, usually these robots and the goons and the other Gato-looking robots are usually in the same spot, or usually shuffle amongst each other because of their sizes. They have the largest sizes of sprites, which is how they can be shuffled without crashing the game or without making some crazy things happen. So you will likely run into some tough enemies here no matter what, even if you do enemy shuffle. Make sure you move right away or move fast enough in that area, because if you stick around and just kind of twiddle your thumbs, you could run into an encounter there. So just move. Just move. We did get a Gloom Cape. Defense on him is good. Go to the left and just hug the wall. I just go to the left a little bit and holding up. holding up still, and then once you reach the top, go to the right because you can get in an encounter in the middle there. The easiest way I found to do this is just ram into this wall, go straight up, go left. As simple as that. And that's how you avoid those. Got a dragon tier. And a couple magic tabs. So your last little shopping. Don't expect much from the new. He usually doesn't have much. So if you needed to do shopping, do it beforehand. So as you can see, like, the amount of shelters you get from chests was a lot, plus I bought 20 or so. The new did not have great stuff, is correct. This one you don't have to do, so you could just run straight into here. Run straight through the middle. These guys are disabled here, so you don't have to. Depending on how much you really want that chest or not, because you want to be cool, you can just find your rhythm, find the rhythm of the blue imps, and if you miss it, you end up getting an encounter. But yeah, you just have to find your rhythm and kind of follow it along and kind of get into the gaps. Sometimes there's bigger gaps than others in these enemies, so be on the lookout for that too. You could probably force a bigger gap too by just standing there with like another party member. So the same thing with these guys. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other for me, in my opinion. Trying to make it so you don't get into this encounter, I feel, is RNG based. So enter and exit the room, see if they pop open their eyes. If not, you can sit there and wait until they close their eyes to avoid the encounter. Up to you. I feel like running away is faster, but I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Luckily, with these encounters, this one is a flame. Wait here for a second, and now go. Wait a couple seconds, then go, and do the same thing. So, because the sprite doesn't actually rotate, just wait a second at the top of the stairs, then go. Wait a second, then go. You know, like I said. And then you won't have to worry about what direction he's facing. When you get a sprite that actually looks like he's turning, it's a lot easier to see. But just stop at the end of the stairs for a second if you're just rushing through that room. The easiest way to avoid that encounter. Okay, so we're getting to the alien room. Nothing up there, so you can just come up this way and just go to the left. That's the easiest way to go through there. Get your chest. I just go through the middle. This encounter's been modified a little bit, I believe, to make it easier to get through. This one I find if you just go hold up and then go right here and hold right, and just hold left, you skip it. That's it. You just have to line it up right there. Once you get to that little nook. Easy way to line it up. So the funny thing is I have no fire protection, and I bet you this is Son of Sun. Unless I've missed a boss. I know I've missed a boss because... Oh, regular slash. So yeah, again, once again, if you are worried about his physical attack, usually someone like Slash, you can poison. It's a great debuff. It's better than you think. Okay. Pretty much just gotta go through most of the bosses now. We still have a little bit more Omen to skip through, but it's a long dungeon. So, again, cross your fingers and hope for little to no encounters. All right, we only got one. So with this one up here, when the right bat is at the top, go, is essentially the, oop, I accidentally hit down. But that's essentially the method. As soon as that bat is at the top, you go. And I missed it really bad. I don't know if we can reset that to show you the skip. I don't think we can with those ones, but we'll double check. Yeah, so it's basically if the bat is on the rightest top, you go up here and you will skip it. Luckily, you don't have to do this one. So in this case, if you do need a save, you're gonna have to do the panels. There's just no way around it. We can get one speed tab for... Oh. I don't know if First Ball is going to do it. Let's try to get one speed tab for good old Magus. Then we'll have all maxed out speed. Okay. Last few bosses. I don't know who else we're missing. I guess it'll be a surprise. We probably might get recycled bosses. Okay. So Son of Sun, Daltonized Magus trick, right? Is he's always a difficult boss, right? But lucky for you, you have Iron Orb. It does 10% HP, right? And all you need to do is get Son of Sun down below 10,000 and you'll be good to go. So you just need to do, even with this, almost 2. Okay. There we go. So once you get him down below 10,000, he's good. So even a 40% Iron Orb, because he can't dodge it, you can kind of make that fight easy if you have Daltonized Magus. That's one benefit of having him. Okay, that was the last boss I could think of that we had not fought. Unless this is another Golem. Oh, it's regular Yak. Oh no, it's another Yakra the 13th. I don't think we saw regular Yakra at all. Okay. If you know your charms, charming while of normal enemies becomes very helpful. So some of the items that will help in Lava's fight is White Mail, which is what I just got. For those who don't have high magic defense, you know, Wall Ring, Flea Vest, even if it's a magic seal, you know, bumping up that magic defense just enough for some of those characters that need it is going to make a difference for the most part. So making sure those are up there. And then for the people who need the additional safety of like additional physical defense, a safe helm is really nice. Prism helms are always awesome. Moon armor for guys, and you can also get, you know, there's a lot of options, and you know, if you need power seal on one of your other people who need stamina, I mean, it's a little better, but getting good armor as far as like Aeon suit or you know, if you get his gloom cape, it'll help out a little bit, but in this case, the safe helm is probably is better on him than the dark helm for Lavos fight. For Zeal fight, dark helm actually might be quite a bit better. In fact, we might put the dark helm. We'll leave it as is. So we'll see how this goes, and just kind of leave us prepped for Lavos instead of Zeal. So for Zeal, you know, it requires a little bit different, but we have enough power to where I think we should be fine. And I don't want to have to change anything pre-gauntlet. This is Yakra. We finally saw Yakra. That's where he was. I was worried about him. Okay. So Mammon Machine, just be wise, just be careful. I have the speed, I have the power. Remember, magic attack increases its attack, regular attack increases its defense. Just, if you don't have enough speed to outpace him, he could kill you. Especially with, like, I mean, Chrono could die if I don't heal up soon. So the other strategy is, like, you know, don't pump him up so high, or you just rush him, you know? And if you are feeling feisty, you know the good old charms to get the Prism Dress and Prism Helm from the Zeal hands. If you're feeling feisty, Prism Dress, Prism Helm. Just so you know, if you don't know already, you know, 50% HP is when she's about to do halation, right? So just be prepared for that. Blackmail is great here. White mail can be good, is a good second alternative. We equipped none of those. I mean, I should have waited. I was being feisty. Ayla counterattacked. I'm actually kind of surprised that I was able to queue that up. There we go, 1995 HP. Okay. So as you can see, like a 3,000 damage lightning is very good. So play to the strength of your characters is always the play, right? So you do have an option, you know, once you do that to kind of change your equipment. Okay, so as we get to Lavos 2, Lavos 1 isn't so bad. Your biggest thing is probably actually physical defense from this and his needles. So as long as you're decent enough there, you're fine. And you have status protection against obstacle. He only has 10,000, and usually you can burn him down pretty quick if you have a decent enough party. He may get an obstacle out, he may fire a needle, but if you're ready by this time, you should be able to get him. Lavos 2, I mean, what you're looking for, try to shoot for around 80 magic defense at minimum, and you'll be very comfortable during the fight because of the initial laser, his initial nipple beam. So, like, as you can see, like, her magic defense is 90, his is 80, and you'll see the difference. You'll see the difference between it, and why it can be important. We can also, if you, like I said, if you needed to, you could find something that has magic defense on it and even boost it up even more. If you feel like you want even more protection, having a maxed magic defense is actually really good here, especially on Ayla, right? So if we decide to say, sure, let's give her a wall ring instead of that, she becomes really tanky, and that's actually a good thing. For him, like, maybe we just we could do the same thing. We can give him that, or we just leave him with a frenzy band and go more attack power. So you just have to play to how you want to play. Like, don't however you want to do it. You could put him berserker if you really wanted to. But let's put him at Frenzy Band. Why not? Let's have fun with it. If we really wanted to, we could potentially put on White Mail. This would be the time to put on White Mail to then absorb the Crying Heavens move. It is 100% a very smart move to have it on somebody, even a mage, because, I mean, just the heal on it, like how much you heal is just like a full heal by that time. So you're good to go. Make sure that's pretty much it. Look for your magic defense especially on your physical characters, and then try to maximize as much defense as you can on these guys, like on your mages. If you have a safe helm, try to see if you can squeeze it in there. I mean, stamina is not going to be as crazy much of an improvement because of the rate of return on it versus what you can get on your other things. Carry. If you have more mages, it would be very helpful to carry some shields on with you if you do not have safe helms. It could help it could be the difference between living and dying from one of the stones, but at the same time, I can't guarantee that. It's pretty harsh. But like Magus having 900 HP, he has a good chance. So this is it. This is the last check of the game. We've done 100%, and we're going to finish it up. And so yeah, so the strategies here can be very different depending on what you have, right? If you have a defense piercing move, like 777 damage weapon with Chrono, use Confuse on the middle guy, on the middle, the body, and you can do 4 times 777, you know? If you don't have a lot of AoE, you can split your damage between the two. The right arm is going to have more HP. So as you can see, 662 damage on him. So 8,000 versus 12,000. It's 4,000 more. So you may want to consider, if you kill them around the same time, you have less worry about the protective status being disabled, because their next moveset after they one of them dies is to heal the middle guy, and then essentially do the protective seal disablement. So if you can kill him around at the same time, it doesn't have to be exactly the same, but the closer you get to exact, the better. The other thing too is he's gonna come back with obstacle right away. So Chrono may die if he. Oh, okay. So the one arm did survive, just barely. So this is actually a good opportunity for us. I think a kiss will be enough for him to survive. Since obstacle does will likely hit Chrono a bit more. Yeah. So at any point we could decide to do, you know, a Mega Elixir. We have plenty of them. Shadow Slay should not be enough to kill Chrono, but we definitely want to make sure before Flame Battle. It's going to be like, yeah, I was going to say it's going to be kind of close with Chrono, I think. So when you're getting close to the end of Lavos 2, my strategy is be as high HP or high MP as you can. Maybe you don't have to necessarily be max 8 HP. You do want to be a little bit high because those guys can go pretty quick. But the higher MP, the better. You have more options to do damage to either the left bit or the middle bit, or the core, right? The left bit or the core. Your strategy is either going to be get the middle guy down, get the left guy down. You know, which one are you going to do first? And if you do the left one first, you know, the right guy becomes vulnerable quicker. You can also decide to do damage to the core while you guys know the lava strategies, you know? So I'm throwing it out there just in case anybody was curious. But a lot of the rando specific stuff, again, is doing stuff like Iron Orb, defense piercing stuff like the Valiant effects, which does bonus damage based off of your current HP, or your difference between your max HP and your current HP. 2,000 damage is what you're aiming for the left bit. As you can see, it did 3,000 damage, which is 10%. So Chrono's probably gonna die because he only has 80. We kind of anticipated that, so your other option here, you know, get the core down low enough. If you're and then once you get the core down low enough, kill him around the same time as the left bit on the second cycle if you don't think you're going to make the first cycle. So the shield helps immensely with that. Or the shield helped a lot. Probably a difference between 400 and 600 damage, right? Remember, he always does 2. So if you have plenty of damage, the difference between killing the middle, killing the core versus killing the left guy is you got to really assess what you have and play to your strengths. Obviously, the one plus of getting the middle guy down first is it's safer, much safer. But if you have AoEs, that counter that these 2 bits do can be, if you're not careful, it can get you. But that's it. One last blaze cut. So play to the dual techs, play to your triple techs as much as you can. They have great modifiers. So yeah, play with what you got. GG's, and hopefully this has been helpful. You know, Rando Dalton Imperial has a lot of stuff going on. I went through all the checks. Hopefully I didn't miss some. Let me know if I did. I didn't do, you know, all the sealed chests because we ran into most of them. We know where they are. And so we can always do those for like Chrono Sanity. I did try to mention all the phone sanity stuff. So whenever we see those P Sanity or whatever we call them on the site, if you ever see those modes, you know what I'm talking about. Where there's additional checks, either every chest or tab can be a check, almost every chest and tab, or additional checks for it. And if we call it Power Sanity instead of Phone Sanity, because phone doesn't like to call it Phone Sanity, it's up to him. But yes, essentially just feel free to look over any of the sections, each of the dungeons. I made sure to try to go through each of them, show you the chests, and try to do the best I could explaining the encounters, while avoiding them to the best of my ability. So yes, and I hopefully explained each of the key items. But let me know in the comments if there's anything I did miss out on or I need to revise, and I will totally do so. But yes, that's it. That's literally every check in the game for this. As you can see, our tracker is lit up like a Christmas tree. So hopefully this empowers you to know what you have to do, where you have to go, and what does what. While the information's kind of spread out in certain areas for the key items, as we were getting them, we will try to make notes or something, sections of which dungeons we're running, because that's the big thing, you know, how do we avoid counters and everything, and maybe I'll make little parts where I'm explaining the key items a bit better. And even if it's coming back and doing a summary of the key items, we can do that too, and go over them one by one. But yes, this is definitely a long one, so a lot of detail. Hopefully it helps get you going on your first one, so you know everything. This is the current state of it as of 2026, beginning of 2026. In before objective rewards force a re-record. Maybe. Probably. But yeah. If we need to do a re-record, we need to do a re-record. But yeah, we'll leave it at this live so far, and then hopefully the potential is to make a VOD of this, and or make a video of it so that we cut out, or make it a little bit cleaner. But for now, it's going to be alive, so you get to live through it. All right, and that's pretty much it. If you don't want to listen to Faraway Times, this is your treat. This is what we've earned, okay? We get to listen to Faraway Times. Laura is standing up and doesn't want to be a sack of potatoes. And did all the things. Every character. I never get to see the green 8 on the objectives, but we did get it. Yeah. All right, and if you did stay this long, you're probably watching me live. If you bounced, you probably already got your info. Good for you. And yeah, we saved the Fritz, we saved the legs, and thank you guys for sticking around for who watched it live. Hopefully you guys did find this helpful or anything. I did do a ton of talking. From now on, I'm no longer talking, guys. My voice, done. For the night, at least. And then for those of you who are sticking around for tomorrow, what's tomorrow, Saturday? We're doing stuff. Is this even rando? This is totally rando. What are you talking about? Wow, I think I'm doing CTRandos tomorrow. I'm doing Rando Dalton Imperials tomorrow. I can't even think. I had meetings all day, so that's why my brain is fried. Rando the books. That's right. Yeah, we'll definitely be here tomorrow doing something. It's probably going to be Rando Dalton Imperial. It could be something else. What if we get crazy, guys, and do something else? I don't know. I try to keep you guys on the edge of your seat, but it's like 80% of the time, and 60% of the time, it's going to be Rando Dalton Imperial 100% of the time. All right, guys. We are winding down. We're going to get to Faraway Times. Thank you guys for sticking around. Vic's got to get all his phrases out before the end. That's right. As always, we're going to enjoy 2 Faraway Times. I'll be in the chat while I'm listening to it. But we got to leave it cheesy right at the end. Super cheesy. I mean, I hope you guys had a great week, and you guys have an amazing weekend. And if you guys come and watch me through the weekend, we'll have tons of fun. Well, I'll have tons of fun. I hope you guys have tons of fun watching me. All right, we have to leave it nice and cheesy. Kronos Mom's going into the portal. We're getting to the point where it's like, are we dragging it out so we say it at the right time? Yeah. Thank you, Vic. Yes, and have a good night. Have a good night, everyone. Here it goes. Here's the cheesiness you've been waiting for. Lactose intolerant people, please plug your ears. Or take any pills. because I don't want you to get infected with this cheesiness. Pasta lasagna, don't get any on you. All right, guys. Have a good night, and let's enjoy Too Far Away Times.